Chapter 19. The Servant of Lord Voldemort. Chapter text. James really does get the worst chapters, doesn't he? I swear I don't do it on purpose. Warning for the longest emotional break during this, where James finally has his meltdown coupled in with a few other things that needed to be addressed. I don't know why I'm warning you, since their reactions are the reason you're reading this. But you can't say I didn't warn you either. This one just got long. The last thing in the world James wanted to do was pick up that book and keep going. He'd never felt so confused in his life. It just couldn't be real that Peter had been the one to do this to him, to his wife and son. Not that same boy who they'd grown up with and had more adventures and stories with than his own parents. Not that same friend who egged them along on the worst of their pranking stunts and was always willing to take the fall for them when they'd hit their quota of, get another detention, and you're going to be expelled for the month. Not his brother, who joined in their escapade of making sure Remus never showed up in the hospital wing again, a breath away from death, looking so scarred and bloody that they all went out and did something illegal. He'd been insistent, swearing up and down he'd demolish anyone who said this nonsense about Sirius, and when he was proven right about Peter, he'd knock his two friends together until they couldn't see straight for even nursing the notion about his other friend. James was still adamantly refusing to acknowledge the other little details about how if Scabbers was Peter, then why would he be in hiding this long? Why wouldn't he have gone to Remus? Why the farce of being dead if he hadn't done something wrong? He really couldn't work out in his mind how Remus and Sirius could both be so wrong about seeing Peter on the map. I've got a question," Harry asked hesitantly, when it was clear his dad seemed to have been struck dumb and wasn't moving. How did Remus even see Pettigrew on that map? He felt horribly timid, like he never had before about asking any such question. They all looked so many things, namely violent, when he said that name, but he risked it anyways just to try and get his dad's attention. Sure, Hagrid's hut isn't on the map, so I suppose I wouldn't have ever seen him if he'd been there the whole time, but Fred and George didn't ever see a guy named Peter hanging around Ron either. At least they never said anything about it. Asterisk Harry's question only seemed to have the opposite effect as his dad's lip began quivering, the ability to explain escaping him, so Remus answered. That was a terribly tricky charm that I worked out. We put an extra layer on the map so that Animagus wouldn't be seen on the map unless you added an extra command, and I'm fairly confident the twins never figured that out. We didn't want anyone to see them in animal form, obviously, as they are still illegal. I, of course, got left out because I'm not an animagus. I most likely would have turned it on when I took it from you, though, and since Hagrid's hut isn't on the map, I wouldn't have noticed anything until this night. What about the cloak, then? Harry persisted, still throwing hopeful glances at his father in hopes he'd come back to life any second. You could see us even when we were under that. The map shows all, Sirius muttered, wishing he could do that in his old sing-song voice like this was still a perfectly normal conversation, and detesting more than anything he couldn't even fake that anymore. James at least looked like he was paying a bit more attention now, but still didn't look up to wanting to use an actual language as he gazed down at the book. Sirius had decided to take pity on him and reached for the book when James smacked his hand away and said, "Don't be stupid, it's my turn." He still hadn't worked out in his mind how this was going to be okay this time, but he wouldn't let himself cave now. She's not the first girl to scream at the sight of him, Sirius nodded. It would be that to spark life back into him, Lily thought fondly, watching James go from confused to outraged in seconds as his mind swiveled back to realizing that it hadn't ever mentioned Harry picking the cloak back up. He darted down after Ron straight away. Snape had used his cloak. "I don't think I can ever touch that thing again," Sirius moaned, rubbing his hands on his knees like there was bile all over them. "Why would he even bother, though?" Remus demanded, "Sneaking in there like that, what's his reason?" Harry remained silent, still getting a rather bad feeling for this, and it somehow circled back to Remus. "You are not welcome," Harry muttered. "Oh, Merlin, is he going to monologue and gloat?" Sirius demanded. "I'd rather he just curse me." James gave him an absent nudge, knowing all too well that was a real possibility and truly thinking he'd keel over now if that did happen. "Damn it," they all muttered, their minds swiveling back to Remus and realizing their original assumption had actually been right. That meant that Remus was going to transform, that they were now on a clock until those kids had to get out of there. Surely everything was going to work out though, right? All the kids would have to do was keep a hold on the rat until morning, or Merlin just run straight up to the castle now and go to Dumbledore and turn him in then. This didn't need to be a problem if they handled it right. So what? Sirius growled. Maybe he just wanted to transform in there tonight. Something could have happened he just didn't feel like telling Snape every little detail about. Why did he automatically suspect that something bad was going on? Did you really just ask why he followed me? Remus asked in shock. You never got an answer for that in school. Why would he be any different now? Sirius huffed and grumbled something. Still outraged he showed up at all, tonight of all nights, and ruining this. He didn't care what Lily said. If Pettigrew somehow got away with this because of Snape interfering, he'd murder her old friend as surely as his own. Judging by the closed-off look on her face, he felt like he wouldn't receive too much protest. Joke's on him, because neither of them were, Lily muttered to herself, having noted back when Harry and Hermione had first entered and noticed dust everywhere. Surely that meant even Sirius hadn't, though where he had been sleeping she wasn't sure. Why am I not surprised he's not listening to a bleeding word? Remus grumbled, thinking Snape could keep his wand pointed on him all night if he wished so long as Sirius got what he deserved. James released a terrible growling noise remarkably close to how Sirius sounded. That was the lowest of blows, making a crack at him like that. He didn't care how angry he was at Remus himself. Those reasons still wouldn't let him ever condone anyone saying a thing like that. It was a testament to how peeved off Remus was he didn't even flinch at the insult. His face remained black with fury that something could go wrong, and that rat would get away while Snape sat around pointlessly accusing them of anything and everything he wanted to. Genuinely stunned he's not screaming his head off by this point, Lily muttered, as he looked really close to doing now. That's it, he's dead, Sirius said with the utmost sincerity, actually getting up but simply pacing around the room in agitation now. James was watching him like he wanted to get up and join, along with a couple of choice words about strangling the life out of Snape for doing that, but forced himself to remain where he was and focus on that feeling instead. He knew he'd need it later. Lily watched him warily, not because she wanted to stop him, but because she was starting to get worried for Sirius' health. He kept flashing about on so many things that he may collapse soon from overload. Remus just looked shocked, unable to grasp how Snape could be so foolish that he really hated in that moment Remus more than Sirius, the man who had supposedly gotten Lily killed. In his opinion, this only proved Snape cared more about himself in this moment than anyone else. Snape was finally getting what he considered revenge for himself, and be damned anyone else. James nodded like that made all the sense in the world. That was the natural reaction after all, something he knew without question he'd do himself if he'd been there as well, which made James' mouth go cotton dry in shock and fear. It was a miracle Snape hadn't just killed the two of them already, but with Sirius' temper in these particular circumstances, he wouldn't put it past him to do something stupid and elicit a real deadly curse from Snape. I like to think I'd win in that moment, Sirius hissed, mirroring the expression now Harry realized. I've 10 times the reasons over him. Well, congratulations, Remus muttered, squirming around in agitation that he'd been put down so easily that he couldn't help Sirius anymore, which made Remus and Sirius flinch all over again in shock and fear. They hadn't gotten around to telling Harry almost anything. If they really did have to wait any longer for Harry to hear this conversation, they were sure they'd both never forgive themselves. It had been 12 years too long already. It at least gave them a chance to breath. One of their fears being put on hold, at least he hadn't slipped away yet. Even James looked relieved, though he then realized he'd rather spend the rest of his life hearing about a fight between his friends and Snape, then put the attention back on the rat in fear of whatever answers might come out of it. Bless Hermione, Sirius breathed, thanking whatever they had said or done to make her give them a chance. I take back every bad thing I've said about her this year. He only acknowledged the slight irony she'd been terrified of him all year, and it was now her more than Harry trying to give him the chance, but didn't linger on it long as he was too anxious to hear out the rest. If he calls you that one more time. James snarled, knowing that Snape meant it in the worst way possible. I'll hold him down, Remus promised lightly. Finally, a spot of insanity I don't mind hearing about, Sirius huffed. Lily had let go of her restraints in defending her old friend only yesterday, but she felt it was several years too late. What Severus was doing now was beyond reproach, turning on yet another child for his own vindictive means. Even if she hadn't known what she did, she could never fathom screaming at Hermione the way he was. Sirius rubbed the spot absently like that really had just happened to him, his expression still vividly saying that if he had his own wand things would be going a lot smoother for him. No, no, you shouldn't, James ground out. I don't want you anywhere near anybody until this is sorted out. Sirius just shrugged, absolutely amazed at himself for even offering that instead of trying to tackle Snape to the ground and kill him like he wanted to. Guess he did still have some brains in his head. They all made a choking, rasping noise of distress and fear at that declaration. They'd spent this whole book in fear of Sirius returning there. Now, with the fate of his soul lingering over his head, they knew they truly couldn't stand it if they found out Sirius did succumb to that when they were so close to getting what should have happened those 12 years ago. As if he's ever listened to you a day in his life, Remus groaned, starting to shake all over, unable to get that horrid mental image out of his mind of what could be fixing to happen to Sirius. Sirius puffed up like he was going to give out a string of curses for that all over again, genuinely sick of hearing his friend be deferred to like some animal. But James hadn't paused so Sirius nearly missed hearing, which made Sirius' knees buckle as he collapsed back down on the couch in shock and fear. He'd barely come to terms grasping that this was something to happen to himself, but Remus. He hadn't even done anything. He was completely innocent in every way possible. And yet everyone in the world would believe Snape over them, and Remus could really his attention was caught off guard as the mirror over the fireplace shattered. Not that Lily seemed to notice she was screaming so loud. He tuned back in to see that while James looked nearly as close to tears as when he'd heard his wife's last moments, he had after all nearly vomited all over again at realizing that now both of his brothers may well be losing their souls in one go. He was now a little busy putting out a fire that had erupted on the carpet while Lily was screaming, going to kill him. What right? Why the bloody hell? You haven't done an effing thing to him. He doesn't know that, Remus reminded, looking remarkably calm, considering his reaction to hearing the same thing to Sirius that first time. But as far as Remus was concerned, he'd worked out in his head he'd take any punishment in the world, including that, if Sirius would get off this night, he more than deserved it. For now, he was pacifying the couple who looked about ready to blow up the rest of the living room. They were so angry at his behavior. As far as he's concerned, not only have I been helping Sirius all year, but I deserved it back when I was 15 and nearly killed him. That doesn't make this right, Harry countered back, looking as frustrated as his parents. That shouldn't be his call to make. Remus sighed. He wasn't going to argue the point with Harry, and while James and Lily still looked like they were going to back him up and keep at it anyways, he insisted. Well, I'd still like to keep going, he gestured to the discarded book, as I'm far more concerned with other things going on than Snape's attitude. That jolted Sirius into looking as murderous as the other two now at that reminder. Lily still grumbled a few foul things as she waved her wand, and the mirror repaired itself while James stomped over and decided he at least couldn't argue with that. His heart just wasn't in it, though, as he still knew without a doubt what he'd thought before still stood. He'd rather sit and continue hearing about the rivalry between his friends and Snape, then get back on topic to his friends. Sirius and Remus brightened like little kids, beaming at Harry as they realized that even though he didn't know them and certainly didn't trust them right then, he'd still taken their side over Snape's. Now even Remus was beginning to look offended. There was only so many times he could hear how animal-like he was without letting it get to him, considering how much he'd thought that of himself in his youth. But then he flashed back to the scene his family had just caused in his defense, and the numerous times James and Sirius had given him the riot act for voicing such a thing, and instead played peacemaker, as his two friends continued growling at such a thing being said. "Oh yes, you will," Lily snarled right back. "Talk to my son like that you'll get a hell of a lot worse coming to you." Paternal instinct was rearing its head from both parents now, as they realized if Harry kept defending them, he may likely end up as worse as them. As proud as they were of their boy, who was reacting like this with every reason in the world not to, Harry would resemble James so much in that moment that the two of them were genuinely afraid of what Snape could do next. Sirius had spent more hours of his life thinking that about himself than he ever wanted to this past day, lost a whole night of sleep, and had utterly lost faith in himself for thinking this exact same thing. And now that he realized how wrong he was, who really was to blame, and to have Snape throw that in his face, well, let's just say that murder was starting to sound kind for what he now owed old Snivelus. Oh boy, all four adults muttered, though with two wildly different indications. The two parents were now visualizing that Harry was about to be attacked 3 years in a row by a teacher, and Snape, despite their hate and loathing for him, was more competent than the other two, and could do their boy real harm when Snape realized what Harry was doing. Remus and Sirius, on the other hand, were far more confident in Harry's skill, hoping dearly Harry would use any number of spells and blast this prat out the window so they could get back to far more important things. That gave them a moment of shock, not having realized that Hermione would have reacted so fast for them either. But maybe it was more Snape yelling at Harry than for defense of the other two adults right then. Remus and Sirius gave a great whoop of joy, thinking finally something had gone right tonight, and in Lily's opinion praising her son a little too much when it had been a joint effort, but even she couldn't find it in herself to be mad after the way Snape had been behaving. She'd been so tempted to curse him herself that it took a lot of self-restraint not to join in. They all got a gleaming moment of surprise and pride for Ron having joined in as well. But then they reflected he'd probably been more with Hermione and defending Harry from a clearly delusional Snape than for Sirius and Remus' defense. But hey, they'd take whatever at this point. That's gratitude for you, Harry muttered. He's going to remember that later, Sirius reminded, still unable to wipe a smug smirk off his face. Not that he can do anything to you. I was probably just jealous I hadn't gotten the chance. Lily wasn't taking quite as optimistic an outlook, thinking that Harry had a few more years of being forced into Snape's presence as a teacher, and how horrid he was to her son already. This would not help, but with any luck now Remus and Sirius wouldn't rest until they made sure that shouldn't be as easy. Least I know it was now, Harry said with sincerity, causing Sirius to grin widely at him. And I thank you, Remus snickered. You always were the polite one, Sirius guffawed, considering the circumstances and wanting to laugh all the harder, but restraining himself and mellowing out in seconds as he realized his wish had been granted. Snape had been pushed out of the way, and they were about to get back to something infinitely more important. Did you fall on your head when he knocked you over? Lily rolled her eyes. I had much greater things on my mind in that moment than going for specifics, Remus huffed, his eyes narrowing dangerously when he got right back on track with the main points of being in there. He most of all remembering those kids were on a time frame to hear what needed to be said. James had to swallow very hard when he got that out, wanting to nod along and agree Sirius could have been wrong. But then he remembered what Remus had said, and felt himself growing all the more fearful because he still didn't have his answer for that. Harry groaned and smacked his forehead, remembering vividly that very first chapter and how Sirius himself had made that joke he wanted to see this. And if only Harry had remembered this then, he could have saved everyone a lot of trouble. Lily wouldn't stand for letting him stew too long, giving him a loving little tweak of his nose to get his attention and reminding, I will not sit here and let you blame yourself for a damned thing that has happened. If you'd remembered any earlier, you only would have hurt yourself, and we still wouldn't have understood as well without the full story. Harry nodded and relaxed, still looking as on edge as anyone else in the room, because he did still blame himself for this situation occurring in the first place, but accepting that he couldn't have done anything different for now and still working on some other way to make this better. Sirius couldn't help a jittery, slightly deranged sound that could have been a laugh. He vividly remembered thinking about how he would have been sitting in Azkaban, hating his life and very existence, and to see that picture of little old Peter like that, oh, the luck and circumstances that made this happen. It also gave him his first real glimpse into one thing that had been plaguing him. He was positive he'd still be hating himself just as much in 12 years as he was now for putting trust in Peter, still blaming himself for James' death because he'd been right. He had screwed up and made a terrible mistake, no matter how unintentionally. He'd been in Azkaban that whole time because he deserved every second of it, but seeing that picture would have finally sparked something in him he knew he couldn't have felt otherwise. He'd escaped for revenge. Not sure what to say about myself, I didn't see that, Remus grumbled, still kicking himself with every opportunity he hadn't worked this out, seen the same thing and put it together, anything than what he'd done, which was nothing. Relax, Remus, Sirius grumbled, his own voice filled with its own grating tone for different reasons. It didn't yet occur to Sirius to be mad at Remus for this either. Why would he pay special attention to the rat? Why would he even if he had seen the picture? He'd thought he had his man. He had thought he had the whole story, and it would have been so many years later it never would have crossed his mind. James shuddered with renewed horror, mind boggling at how this could just be so simple and easy for them to work this out and discuss it, whereas he was just caught on why Peter would do these things at all. He reflected that at least Sirius had 12 years to circle around every last second of this, and Remus had always been quick on the uptake, which just made James feel all the more foolish before he realized what he was thinking, and wanted to kick himself now for realizing he was already thinking in past tense. Damn it, Peter deserved the chance to say his part just like Sirius, and then everything would be just fine. Lily had still been a little flawed with her own shock of realizing what Pettigrew had done to them. She hadn't yet come back to realize that the full blunt of Sirius' supposed crime had actually been done by Peter. Had he really murdered 12 innocent people, voiced the blame on Sirius, and mutilated himself? For what? She couldn't work out in her mind what on earth could have changed in this year to cause someone she'd looked to as a friend to change so radically. Lily moaned something into her hands, wishing that the age of the rat had come up at any other bleeding time. This all could have been made so much more clear to anyone who knew this was well past the normal life expectancy. All the love and care in the world shouldn't have made Scabbers double in age of what he should be. Had Arthur and Marley never really considered this? It was fair they might not even know such a thing, but how long could Peter have really played this without being found out? She only nursed the slightest of comforts she'd never have to hear the answer to this, as surely all of this put enough doubt in Ron's mind that he'd hand over the rat, and this could be done with. Harry nodded, the exact same thing having come back to him now, wishing with everything in him, despite his mom keeping a protective eye on him to do otherwise, that he had remembered this. The others were kicking themselves, still looking back and counting up every instance of that rat being mentioned, but really how could they have guessed? Even with the answer right in front of them, they knew they never could have or would have until it was too late. Can animagus talk to animals? Harry asked, fairly confident that hadn't come up in McGonagall's lecture, even if he had only been half paying attention. Lily considered herself the last person who should explain, but as the boys really were otherwise occupied, each looking the worst Lily had seen them her whole life, she whispered an explanation. They keep their human mind and can understand us just fine when they transform, but it's more like talking to your pet when they're animals. A lot of body language and tone. She wasn't even sure on that fact. This really wasn't her field of expertise, so she understood when Harry nodded in disappointment and still kept an eye on his dad hopefully. Sirius really wanted to laugh at this. Of all the students, it had to have been Neville who'd gotten enough flack in his life without Sirius unintentionally helping. But as it really wasn't funny at all, and he just wanted something other than murder to concentrate on as his best friend looked very near his breaking point, he held it in. Harry was just impressed at how truly intelligent Crookshanks seemed to be, for him to understand that this exact piece of paper was what Sirius needed. He doubted Sirius could use any amount of body language to convey that, which means Crookshanks had to have quit the ability to understand the list of words, was what was needed. He was really beginning to wonder at just how smart that cat was. That's what made Harry believe me, or at least the start of Sirius couldn't help but think, not really regretting it as he'd take any reason his little pup could finally look at him than the way he was now. How on earth could Crookshanks have explained that? Harry repeated, looking for any kind of distraction right now, and purposely directing that at his father this time to get any kind of normal reaction out of him. Animagus can sort of understand other animals, James shrugged, trying for all the world to act like this was no big deal at all to him. Not like a proper conversation like this. He gestured vaguely around the room. Just, we can communicate, I guess. It's not even like a parselmouth, really, where we can understand each other in words. It's all a lot of body language and sensing each other's feelings and interpreting from there. I probably smelt blood on the cat or something and pieced it together, Sirius muttered. Great choice of words there, Pads. Really put him at ease, that did. Remus huffed, really wishing Sirius would quit being his usual idiotic self and use his real words rather than this constant farce of painting himself to be the bad guy in his agitation to get things done. Which is why Sirius is no longer allowed to explain anything anymore, Lily told him pleasantly, happy to pick on Sirius the rest of her life, then dwell too long on what Harry had just said. James literally sounded like he was reading over a dead body. It was impossible. He couldn't put this together in his head, no matter how many times Remus and Sirius kept throwing these things around. He'd clutch with his fingertips to that hope that Peter must have a good reason for this, and be damned anyone who was giving him a pitiful look for thinking it. Sirius' face twisted in a whole new way. Adoring every last drop of irony, he was using that slimy Git's wand to perform this, only hoping it didn't leave a grease stain on his hand when he was done. Lily was rubbing her temple in agitation, thinking this was some time for her boys to be as dramatic as possible in counting down this spell. All Remus had to do was shoot the spell hours ago, when Snape had even first stepped into the room, and they could have been done with this. She'd understood the necessary reason for Harry to understand all this, but she really agreed that it could have been done with Pettigrew out in the open. Well, there was nothing for it now, and she cocked her head to the side and listened with a forced neutral expression, trying to prepare herself for the breakdown her husband was fixing to have, that they were all still coping with. Harry remembered, back during Lockhart's class of all places, and asking about that homorphous charm which his dad had said he'd used to transform transfigured objects back to original form, and remembering how he'd specifically used changing an animagus as an example. Remus and Sirius at the time hadn't said the spell aloud, but Harry had no problems now working that out. James literally couldn't picture it. He'd spent the whole of this book, any time his friends were mentioned looking any the worse for wear, he could look at them now, as they really were, for comfort. Now all he had was a memory, one that was wobbling and being twisted until he couldn't have recognized that any better, and oh, he really was going to cry now, wasn't he? Something snapped. The book fell free, and James pressed his hands against his ears, and he felt his world crashing down around him, because that wasn't the first thing he should have done. If Peter had been coerced, or tortured, or some accident had happened, he knew he would understand and forgave it, but this singular action meant Peter wanted to run. He'd done this terrible act, and was now trying to hide away from the two people in the world who would understand. Peter should have begun saying at once what had happened, and why he'd done it, not trying to run. Prongs, James, don't touch me. He screamed right back, shying away from whoever that was gripping his shoulder. Sirius, his mind absently noted, but he was just too busy drowning. Someone was clearly ignoring him, that was Lily whispering in his ear, and he kept trying to jerk away because he didn't want to deal with anyone right now. He tried to the very last moment, and he still hated his very being for believing and accepting this even when he had no other options. His breaths were coming out in sharp little pants, and he really felt like he was going to pass out any second, almost welcomed it, as oblivion would be far kinder to the monstrosity he was feeling right now. You know, he didn't mean it. He's just coming to terms. Sirius, please. Remus looked like he was physically restraining himself from grabbing hold of Sirius to make sure he didn't run for it again for a whole new reason. Sirius kept looking at his hand, and away like it was some Dementor skeleton, and Remus knew it was because Sirius had taken James' response in all the wrong ways. Sirius was now curling himself into the corner, trying to convince himself that James hated him just as much now, but Remus had seen it. James was over there punishing himself, and nothing they could do could help right now. He had to come to terms with this himself. They're trying to convince him, otherwise really would do more harm than good, as he had to decide for himself how much he still trusted Remus, so he let him be and focused on Sirius, who he was not letting the same mistake happen twice, was not going to let Sirius pull away from him. "You have to know he doesn't blame you," he whispered again and again. "I'll believe that when you do," Sirius hissed back, glaring up at him now. Remus sat down next to him, fully prepared to take whatever Sirius lashed out, because he'd take anything at this point to get him to stop hating himself. "You think I don't know you're blaming yourself over there, when you're doing the exact same thing James has been doing? You can't pull together how we've all been so wrong about him. Well, boo fucking who, Remus. None of us saw this coming, and I'll not have you thinking it's your fault. It was my idea and the rat's fault. You've nothing to do with it." Sirius hadn't meant for that last part to come out so brutal, but he was long since past the point where screaming was making him feel better. Remus hardly looked offended, though, the opposite, as he was watching Sirius curiously. "If you really think that, then why are you acting like this? You know I don't hate you now. Why you don't hate me, I'll still argue the point, because nothing should have convinced me I was so wrong about you. Because I don't think it was your fault. Not entirely anyways," Sirius sighed, his head curling into the crook of his elbow with his knees pinned to his chest, his eyes going vacant. Remus made to protest anyways, but Sirius kept going. "I think Dumbledore may have had a bit of a hand." That struck Remus dumb as he watched him now with concern. "Think about it. This happened a year from now, but Dumbledore already suspects someone in the Order, me. He's been sending you out on missions alone by yourself a lot. Would it really be too difficult for him to convince you when you'd come back from one of those what had happened?" "He shouldn't have been able to," Remus said back, but there was no force to his words. Dumbledore was the man he respected the most of anyone, the first person in the wizarding world outside of his own parents to see past the monster and give the boy a real chance at life. He'd do anything for Dumbledore. And for the first time, he truly accepted how real that statement was. Was it really so absurd that what Sirius was painting had happened? He'd been coming and going so frequently that the little things would have turned into horrible big things, and coaxed by Dumbledore, Remus really could have swallowed the worst. Even now he was still trying to defend the man, as Dumbledore didn't know better. He wasn't all-knowing and all-powerful. He'd taken what had happened at face value, just like everyone else at this switch-up. It still didn't feel right, though. Not the man who'd given Snape the Death Eater a chance to work with children at school. Had neither him nor Dumbledore really not ever gone to Sirius personally, tried to get his side of the story? Dumbledore was in the Wisengamot. Had he really not just looked at Sirius during the trial and realized something wasn't right? It really was killing Remus inside, the hurt that this was doomed to happen to Sirius. But looking at his friend now, he solemnly vowed it wasn't going to this time. He didn't know what had happened. Maybe Harry himself would never figure it out, but something had to change. Harry stood, torn, looking at the four of them desperately and unable to do a thing. His dad had finally caved and now looked like he was passed out into Lily's shoulder, only just allowing the barest bit of comfort and still shaking. Sirius and Remus were terrified to go near him, and having a whispered conversation, Harry suspected because they were blaming themselves and thinking James just didn't have faith in any of his friends anymore. Harry felt useless and genuinely stumped as he had nothing to say to help any of them. Finally, though, he couldn't stand it anymore and went to sink down on his dad's other side, just trying to be there for him even if it was silently. The movement caused James to glance around at him, his glasses skewed and eyes red-rimmed, but blinking sluggishly at his son caused him to glance around himself properly, in confusion for the first time as he realized who was missing. His eyes caught on the two in the corner, and they saw their James spark back in when he saw them. He kissed Lily gently, gave his son a quick ruff of his hair, then stumbled over to them and sank down on the floor in front of them. "I know, dear," Lily whispered when she caught sight of her son's face. "I feel the same, but we can't really do anything for him. He had to work that out for himself. He's lucky, really," she added, gazing over at the three boys talking to each other, "that he's still got such good friends. When Severus called me that, when our friendship broke apart that day, well, I hadn't really made any other best friends. He'd been the only one, honestly. It had alienated me for so long that I didn't really know what to do with myself for a time. Isn't there anything I can do?" Harry insisted. How did you get him to even? He trailed off in confusion. Even having watched the whole thing, all he'd seen his mother do was insistently refuse to leave her husband's side when he tried everything in the world to pull away. James is the most loyal person I've ever met, Lily said simply. I reminded him that I wasn't going anywhere, that Sirius and Remus, his real brothers, were doing everything in the world to right what had been done to him. It wasn't a happy thing to be reminding him of, but it worked. Harry nodded, his eyes still flickering over to where the three were. I'm sorry. Sirius made a funky noise, like he wanted to release a snort of laughter, but he was too busy watching James carefully as he whispered, That word's been tossed around a lot lately, hasn't it? James ignored that and watched the two of them very seriously as he continued. I shouldn't have acted like that, said that, not to you two. It was unforgivable. Think we should be the judge of that, Remus scoffed. We were all wrong, Sirius croaked, watching James lightly, and we can deal with it whenever we can, he finished with a fearsome look back at that door. James sighed. Even now he didn't know what to feel towards Peter. Betrayal was the dominant emotion, still some delayed shock in there. But he had a very good idea once all that simmered out, he'd come to full term and realized that it was because of Peter his wife had died. His son had been handed over like that. Peter had turned on Sirius and pinned the whole mess on him, causing him a fate worse than death. He knew he should and would come to grips, and he'd be right where Sirius was. But for now, he was still processing. Silently, all three boys realized at the same time they couldn't sit here forever. Harry and Lily were still trying to give them their space, but were clearly wrestling with themselves about coming over to check on them as well. The book wasn't over. Harry may have discovered the worst thing in the world, but the books weren't over. Their sole reason for having even agreed to do this, to see Harry's life at school, wasn't done. They'd push through and deal with this mess in due time, but for now they went back to their spots. Lily and Harry weren't happy about the distance it caused for them to go back to the other couch, but still recognized it couldn't be helped. They had to leave what was left of the marauders to be so they could work this out amongst themselves. James found his place, and never before had to try harder in his life to read. Because they do, Remus ground out, his eyes flashing dangerously. Lily was watching with genuine concern that James wasn't exactly reading in an intelligible way, spitting words around more than reading them at this constant reminder. But she wasn't going to argue the point either. Her husband wouldn't hand that book over to anyone, most likely feeling he had a duty and a right to finish this out. Sirius and Remus made such a terrible noise it would have given baby Harry nightmares, which made them all the more grateful he'd never been brought back into the room for this escapade. Harry still noted that the last thing Remus wanted to do now was talk, but he then decided Professor Lupin had wanted to get all of his facts straight before whatever happened next. Tried being the operative word, Sirius muttered. Will you stop that? James snapped, turning on him and startling Sirius so badly he nearly jumped over the back of the couch to get away on instinct before his eyes focused in on James. His breaths were coming out in pants, his eyes wild and too wet. His best friend had reached his breaking point, and Sirius clipped his mouth shut to stop any retaliation. He knew James might have come to terms with this now, but Sirius, picking words weren't going to help any. Little matters, Remus hissed under his breath, not quite understanding how he could be so calm then when he was feeling as waspish as Sirius, but keeping himself held back for James' benefit now. Maybe that's what he was doing for Sirius then. Lily made an odd little face, like that should have been funny in some other part of her life at watching Peter flip Sirius off, but she couldn't find it now. There was that anger James had been expecting, already feeling bad for having shot it at Sirius already, but his friend clearly wasn't holding a grudge on this, and James forced himself to keep going. I don't know what you were going for, but that wasn't comforting him, Harry muttered to himself, realizing now what he was just beginning to think on then. Remus' last priority was to make Peter feel better about anything. And he's going to get to experience every last one of them, Sirius vowed. Well, that was. Odd was a kind way to put it. James still had way too many things buzzing in him at once, number one of which was that it was laughable at best that Sirius would get within 10 feet of Voldemort and not kill him, and the surreal feeling James kept having over and over that it was Peter saying these things, but also the fact that Peter hadn't called Voldemort by name. He'd always done it before, and this only served as yet another reminder he knew he'd be getting the rest of his life. That Peter wasn't who he thought he was. James was really starting to concern the lot of them. Harry noticed he was starting to sound as deranged as Sirius had that night. Of all the chapters his dad could have gotten, fate had dropped this one in his lap, and he wasn't going to give it up until he was done just to prove to them he could keep going, but Harry feared the worst part hadn't even really come yet. Lily felt a little shiver go up her spine in shock of what that meant, that the Death Eaters knew. Did all of them? She doubted that, probably only the very high-ranking ones. How long did they know, even now? Then her mind couldn't help but flicker to one Death Eater in particular, one she never knew what to think about anymore, Severus. Did he know? That was being ridiculous, she was sure, and giving him too much credit. So she'd heard the rumors he was a Death Eater, surely not that deep in. Well, even if he did know then, he'd still have thought the same as any other Death Eater in Sirius, killings of those people, unless he knew about the animagus part. Even then that was stretching it, because Remus knew all about that and hadn't suspected a thing. It really depended on how much Pettigrew had told Voldemort. And she really didn't want to keep sitting around and thinking about this. It hurt too much to realize she was sitting around thinking about two separate people she'd once considered a friend. More now than I ever would have believed in my life, Remus mentally hissed. But considering how James had reacted to Sirius, saying such things, he didn't think he'd be received any better. James bleakly remembered how he'd wanted to hear Peter defend himself before he'd lost all faith. But even then, he never would have accepted this. If anything, it only would have made him realize it all the sooner. For Peter to be trying to pin and blame all of this on Sirius, it really wasn't computing with the same boy he'd grown up knowing. James still didn't recognize the two merging into what he was reading now. Sirius had been growling non-stop for several minutes now, giving what James was reading an even more menacing tone, though they hadn't believed that was possible up till now. The three boys were beyond tired of hearing this. They didn't want to hear any more, because the more they heard, the more their life felt like it was slipping away in hearing about this waste of a being they'd used to claim endless defense for. Lily still had enough residual feeling left in her to feel the echo of stunned at how much hatred was bleeding through James, like he was standing right there and saying it to Peter's face now. He'd never sounded like this, not even when he heard about Snape's worst moments, because that was Snape, a man he'd grown up hating. This was the opposite. She still couldn't feel any pity or remorse, nothing to indicate she would do anything to get in the way, but would instead be guarding the door to make sure Peter heard every last word. James knew he could not keep hearing about that, the little rat still trying to run even now, much longer without something else inside of him breaking. That he should spend the minimum amount of time as 12 years in Azkaban for starters. Remus had almost forgotten that Harry was watching all of this, that he and his friends were struggling along to keep up. He wanted to kick himself all over again, that this was the farthest thing away from what Harry deserved. Remus still didn't think his own actions should be okayed, and Harry should have heard something about this long ago. Sirius made an almost comically horrified face, as it first occurred to him that the rat had been sleeping in Ron's bed. Scabbers had spent more time with Harry than everyone in this room combined. Where was the justice in that? This may not have reached the others yet, and Sirius was pretty stuck in his own mind to point it out. James sounded horrendous the longer he kept going, looking likely to burst into tears at any second the longer this carried on, as he kept warring back and forth between the blackest of anger and realization kept striking him like lightning what he was reading. Still, his first instinct was to scoff that any of his friends would hurt Harry, let alone what Sirius was saying, and then he'd flash all over again, and left a mess upon realizing Sirius wasn't wrong. He couldn't even bring himself to scold Sirius, correct him, and remind him of how many times Peter had taken the fall for them, done everything in the world for them like they'd done for him, only bringing up all over again that question of why. Why had Peter done this to them? Which made Remus realize for the first time the bleeding odds of this. Peter would have chosen the Weasleys long before they'd even known Harry's name, and for one of their kids to become Harry's friend. Ron of all of them. Even if Scabbers had fallen into the hands of, say, Ginny, or one of the twins, anyone, but Ron he'd be a little less likely to balk at the odds of this. But he really was beginning to wonder if the world was really out to kill Harry and himself along the way. Hope he stays that way, until I can convince Remus to make it permanent, Sirius snarled. Harry couldn't help a startled little noise, like he wanted to laugh, but the sound wasn't going to happen any time soon. He couldn't help it, though, his dad reading that like he was wanting to scream the worst of curses, and the remembered sound of how timid Hermione sounded coupled together gave him an honest moment of amusement. The only time anyone called him that was when he was in trouble, Lily nodded to herself. James still couldn't shake memories floating to the surface of the number of times Peter had tried to butt into James and Sirius, arguing about something and Remus silencing him with a look so they could work this out. The mockery of those moments being twisted into this decayed future, still leaving him a mess. James was circling into depression at hearing this now. He'd spent hours worrying himself sick about picturing Sirius in that place. Even having realized already this was how he'd done, didn't make the realization of what he'd gone through any easier to hear. And for Peter to have been the one to put him in there, well, he really didn't think he could stand going much longer. Remus and Lily were taking turns muttering obscenities under their breath, choosing to curse the world for the picture Sirius was painting, because they didn't know what else to do at this point. For the first time since this had been mentioned, Sirius felt no fear for what his life was heading towards. Instead, the thought of what he now had to look forward to in taking revenge on Peter, before he even had an inkling of an idea of what was coming for him, kept his mind off of anything else. Remus still bleakly wished that Sirius would have broken out at any other time before this. Maybe this all would have come out so much sooner, that Sirius wouldn't have had to suffer for so long. You know, it was bad when they all bleakly remembered back to that time, and they'd felt better then than now. Then they'd just been afraid for Sirius, and all the following terrible things that had been implied he'd done, and now they knew the cause of it all was one of his best friends, and it just felt like every last one of them was being broken apart inside. Finally, James began kindling something other than all-consuming anything about him. Sirius had done it, despite being so close to death, having to fight through all of that half-dead, and still he'd made it all the way to Harry's side. He'd never loved his brother more than he did in this moment. He looked up to see Sirius actually smiling, an expression moments ago he'd been sure he'd never see again. But of course James was being a fool. Sirius would do everything to his last breath to protect Harry, and he showed it every day. If there was one thing to get them back to a sound place, it was Harry. Lily desperately had to fight down the urge to get to her feet and shove every last drop of food she had at Sirius. He'd basically been starving to death. There could not actually be much to eat out in that forest, not to mention dodging around practically every creature out there that wanted to kill him and use him for a snack. Of course, if anyone could do it, it was Sirius. He'd spent more time in that forest than he had in the castle. It just tormented her to hear everything he'd been going through, and she still had no way to help. Sirius perked up with some interest at that, analyzing everything Harry had just heard all over again, and compiling that as the reason Harry had learned to trust him, or at least this was the beginning of it. Sirius had to fight down the urge to get up and go hug Harry. The only thing stopping him was the urging need to hear this chapter be completed, to make sure that Rat wasn't going to ruin this moment for them. He'd never forgive himself if Harry finally did trust him, that they could finally start what should have been all those years ago, only for it to be torn away by him all over again. Harry was smiling and squirming. In place, he looked so happy as he watched Sirius. That feeling of confusion and betrayal he'd been harboring for so long because of his 13-year-old mind, set finally slipping away to be replaced by a near blissful insistence that in this one moment he'd just gotten everything he'd always wanted. Sirius was that connection to his dad he'd always craved his whole life. It was such a purely happy moment that he didn't even acknowledge that small little part of him warning he'd better treasure this now. The other three were so happy they were near tears themselves. They'd spent so long emotionally wrung out over the fate of Sirius, and were still in no way okay over what they'd learn of this betrayal. But realizing that one key moment where Harry put his trust in Sirius again was as close to making this whole thing okay as it would ever get. Because it may as well be, Sirius hissed, his happiness still lingering enough he didn't look nearly as murderous as he wanted to. James' voice was now coming out in such a strained way he no longer sounded like himself, and that's how he felt about what he was reading. This wasn't the brave and stupid kid who had as a third year taken on 2 7th years for revenge when they'd called James a couple of foul words for being so spoiled rotten that he must have somehow bought his own way onto his house team. Sirius had his eyes screwed up tight, viciously beating away that time. Peter had missed a trick step and nearly falling through the floor, and Sirius offering a hand to help him back up while laughing his arse off, and Peter retaliating by pushing Sirius into the trick step instead, and then laughing just as hard when he in turn had to pull Sirius back out. Remus was having a very foul argument in his head, one memory being twisted beyond recognition of that time. Sirius and Peter had tag-teamed him and James, trying to get them back for messing with a dozen statues, and receiving a detention from McGonagall because of it, and the end result being all four of them got a detention again anyways, and laughing it all off the next weekend. Lily's mind flashed back a moment to when her and Severus had been lounging under the shade of a tree, comparing their latest potions notes, and they'd seen Remus and Sirius strolling along, having some whispered conversation long since forgotten, and the realization of how much had changed since that one small moment left her breathless. What on earth could change in the next year to make two brothers in every way, but blood fall so far it took this to change them back? Harry felt something startle inside of himself, stunned his dad had read that in such an assured tone of voice. Like this was the most obvious conclusion. What none of them really saw was the struggle tearing James apart on the inside. He still could not knock away the pudgy little first year he met his first night in the dorm, who'd given him such a shy smile. No one would ever dream he'd turn into a ruthless marauder intent on breaking every school rule in the world. Now he'd turned into this person who had betrayed every person James could care about, that he found it the most reasonable thing in the world that of course he should die because of it. Though that really was being kind as far as he was concerned, as the rat should really be locked away in Azkaban like Sirius had been for his crimes. No, he wasn't trying to offer that up instead, because the thought of Peter dying still did something to him. Of course, Azkaban was a far worse punishment than death, so in fact he shouldn't feel anything, right? Lily was trembling all over, she was so frustrated. She cried herself to sleep over Peter, realizing that not one of her friends had ever gotten a decent life after her and James' death. The blunt reminder that Peter had died that day coming back to her at every hour last night, and causing her to cry into her husband's shoulder all over again. And now she couldn't bat an eye how sincere James, and no doubt Remus, was feeling at the time upon this. Sirius pressed his hands to his ears. He didn't want to keep hearing this because he felt like every memory he ever had couldn't even be glimpsed at. This just wasn't the same Peter he knew now, who had cracked a joke just days ago about how they were lucky they had each other, or they all would have gone mad with how depressing the news had been of late. Remus hadn't forgotten that little tidbit, but it only managed to remind him of the time he'd woken up in the shrieking shack, and only Peter had been camped out on the end of his bed, looking like they always did after a sleepless night, but quickly reassuring a panicking Remus that James and Sirius were fine. They just had to head someone off who may have spotted them out the window last night. Peter had been so calm and reassuring in that moment, Remus couldn't help but relax back, feeling safe that his friends had his back. This was pathetic. James really couldn't find any other word to use anymore, watching Peter beg for his life in this manner, the incomprehensible way he still to this very moment was refusing to live up to what he'd done, even apologize and beg forgiveness rather than his life. It was literally causing James more pain than he knew the Cruciates could ever do to him. Whatever they'd been feeling for themselves was torn away in that one moment. Outrage didn't cover how they felt when they realized who he was going to turn to next, and how the thought of him being in the same room as their Harry sent them, all ravenous, for something far worse than murder to happen to the rat. None of them had spoken in a while now, to wrapped up in their own thoughts, to even voice who agreed or disagreed what Remus and Sirius had declared they were going to do to Pettigrew. But Harry was confident in that moment. He didn't think any of them would be protesting soon, making him feel all the more wrong-footed as he was assessing his own feelings of that time. James could count the number of times he'd heard that now, and each one had filled him with pride that his only son carried even his faintest resemblance, because it meant Harry at least had something, so that he'd never have to really question who his parents were. Now, coming from one of the handful of people he had been sure could always make him smile, James wanted to rip his tongue out of the rat's mouth for that. My sentiments, exactly. Sirius nodded like he'd never heard a truer thing spoken. He clearly never actually knew you, Remus growled, not realizing that despite how much James wanted to agree with him, the words wouldn't come out. What did that say about him? Even realizing how far Peter had fallen, he still couldn't bring himself to actually say the words he wanted Wormtail dead. It was like a constant battle raging in his head, wanting to pummel this blight into death because of what he'd cost him, a life with his family, wanting to protect one of his brothers to his last breath. They just weren't merging in his head into one person and one solution. Remus started tugging restlessly on his sleeve. The only time he'd ever seen Peter cry had been when he'd received the news that his girlfriend had died over a holiday break, the dark mark hanging above her house in their 7th year. And looking back on it now, he couldn't help but wonder when was the moment Peter's allegiance had changed. James' mind flickered back to when he'd been begging to hear Peter say this, and maybe if this had been the first thing he'd said, he would have forever defended Peter. But as this was the very last line in a long string of things he'd done this night to explain away what he'd done, James had never felt more disgusted in his life at the explanation. The question of why on earth had he done this to them, would forever plague them the rest of their life. Had it really been something so basically human? Fear had been known to drive people to do crazy things to save themselves, but the three marauders couldn't fathom why Peter had fallen for this. Didn't he know they would have done anything to protect him? Hadn't he trusted that they could get through this together? Sirius felt the worst pain in the world tearing him apart inside, as his instant rebuttal wanted to be that they would have done anything to stop that from happening. Instead, he forced himself on the much more important question of time, and when a Death Eater had approached the rat, and when Peter had caved and thrown away his past life in favor of his own skin. He just screamed it had been happening at least a year before Halloween. It could possibly be happening right this second, and he couldn't do a thing about it. That was the last straw. James realized he couldn't do this anymore when he'd screamed that right from his heart, and realized how true it was to him, that he still meant it, and it clearly meant nothing to Peter. He threw the book as hard as he could, and didn't even register it smashing into the wall so badly the spine broke and pages scattered, and he was just sitting there, shaking his head from side to side. Out of tears, out of emotion, he just sat there. Remus and Sirius weren't giving in this time. James looked sick as a corpse, and still Sirius had hold of his elbow, whispering something in his ear, and Remus had his arm tossed around him and was now fidgeting with his wand, instead like he wanted to curse the whole world. They all looked completely at their end, but they weren't moving away from each other. Harry had plenty of practice from watching now, and had no problems pulling out his wand and repairing the book, watching the pages seamlessly merge back together, and then continuing on pure instinct and silently summoning it back to him. He ran his hand over the hardcover, leaning his full weight into his mother, who was freely crying herself now and looking at no one. He'd never felt more empty and helpless in his life, had nothing to compare the feeling to either, because he'd never had such good friends before he could call them family, and even at his worst fights with Hermione and Ron, they'd never done anything to each other like this. He sat there probing gently and came to the conclusion that he was still strong friends with both to this day. Harry knew that he needed to keep going, though. That closure was the only thing that could begin to help them to whatever this story's end. All three boys closed their eyes and braced themselves, in far too much of a wreck to even analyze if this is what should have happened, if they could live with themselves knowing this is what they had every intention of doing. It had never even crossed their minds to consider this before. If one of their own betrayed them, what would they do? James had made the joke he wanted nothing more than to hear about his best friends murdering the person who had done this to them, and now he was, and it was too much to think on at one single time. They all missed the look that flashed over Harry's face as he read that. That was literally the most stunning and last thing any of them had been expecting. A chapter ago, Harry had been fully intent on murdering Sirius for this very fact. Then he turned around and did this. Then again, Harry hadn't gone through with it. They'd praised that he'd lost his nerve at the fact, but now couldn't help but wonder if it was something more. Harry was a good person, despite everything he'd been through and that horrid upbringing trying to make him the opposite. All he'd ever shown were the qualities of kindness. So really, Harry's act in this one moment shouldn't have really surprised them, and yet they all felt like taking a breathless step back. War was a time where you killed in the heat of the moment, and a spark on the battlefield was something to be considered only later over a strong drink. What Peter had done to them was the definition of betrayal, and their upbringing and mindset had taught them that what Remus and Sirius had planned on doing because of it was the natural reaction. But it took this second for them to realize they'd never want the same thing to be on Harry. Not their innocent little baby, and not the man in front of them who was now eyeing his father, his face torn between horrified. He'd made the wrong decision at his parents' wishes, and yet set all the same in saying he'd make it again. "Oh, Harry," Lily whispered, reaching over and planting a kiss on his temple in praise, running her nails through his hair and promising him he'd made the right decision. James had to wriggle himself free of his friends, but then he went over and sat on the arm of the sofa, wrapping a sincere arm around his son as he vowed, "I'd back any play you make, son." "You're right, of course." He half-turned and gave the two a wink before continuing. "I think you ought to go over there and tear them a new one." Both boys tried to look offended, but it was so good to hear any form of comedy back in the room they couldn't hold the expressions long. It didn't change what they were really feeling, both silently agreeing they'd probably still like the chance to at least see that rat be kissed. And while James and Lily may have agreed they all knew it was something that they didn't want Harry near. Harry was stunned that they were making the attempt, but then he reflected back on every other bad situation he'd seen them in. They passed through the emotions until they hit their breaking point, then they cracked a joke. It was probably something like their coping mechanism, their way of convincing themselves that the world would go on. With his parents on either side of him, he felt no qualms whatsoever to continue. Harry may have shown mercy, but it didn't make his tone any less chilling as he ground that out. He was well aware what he was defending, what he'd lost because of this man. But with his parents on either side of him right now, he still held true it wasn't right. "First time he's been honest this whole damn bit," Sirius grumbled to himself, wishing this part was over already, wanting to move past this and not go back until he could get a real solid answer here and now rather than hearing about his little pup having to go through all this. James couldn't really meet his son's eyes right then, fairly angry at himself for not having realized sooner what Harry would think of this situation, putting his own feelings first and clearly needing more practice at this dad thing then, just mildly teasing and giving his son random advice. Plus it hurt all the more at the sharp reminder his son was technically the same age as him. Harry was right, of course. He would never want Remus and Sirius to actually murder someone in his name, no matter the cause. He was clearly being too emotional, and he needed to work on that. But his son was sitting at his side now, a proper man despite James never having a say in his life, so at least not everything had turned out for the worst. Remus found Sirius' insistence well called for. James and Lily may have paid the ultimate price for this, but Sirius had been the one to take the fall. But now that he was the slightest bit calmer, he did hope Sirius wouldn't argue with him too much. Harry had been victim as well, and he now realized just how wrong his actions were. And even if they had carried through on that threat, they never should have done it in front of the children. Harry frowned in confusion at that, though, asking, "Why wouldn't you just stun him? Or is there a way you could have forced him to turn back into a rat, easier to carry? That Harmoffa's charm we used would still be in effect," Remus sighed with distaste. "No spell would affect him physically until that last one wore off. And no, there is no way to force an animagus to assume animal form." Harry nodded in understanding, but still couldn't quite erase the frown on his face. He had a really bad feeling about leaving Pettigrew like this. That wasn't making Harry's feeling any better. He was getting a mounting sense of impending doom, like he was going to regret his decision before this night was over. But he kept kicking that out of the way. Surely he was just doubting himself because of how angry he still was. Lily desperately hoped with everything she had that it wouldn't come to that that Peter would have just one moment left of the man she knew and let himself be turned in to at least right the wrong he'd done Sirius. If he escaped afterwards, then be damned his soul, and whatever punishment he suffered for it, but please just let this be done with Harry and Sirius for now. And he's not stupid enough to try, James added on. All five of them gave genuine smiles for that, happy that whatever initial problems Ron had with Remus seemed to be gone at least for the moment, as he showed gratitude without any more fear of being near him. I disagree, Sirius grumbled. He's touched in the head, and I probably did help. Remus rolled his eyes, but it wasn't the worst joke he'd heard from him. In fact, he even wondered if he'd done that for his friend for old time's sake, so he let it slide this time. James couldn't help but crack up giggling. He probably sounded slightly hysterical. He knew he felt it after everything he'd just felt in this past chapter, but the idea of what they'd done to Snape was pleasant enough, and he'd cling to that for as long as he could. Harry couldn't help a little grimace at that mental image he now remembered all too well. He didn't care how much he disliked Snape. That had just been creepy. "What now? Am I insane?" Remus yelped, going ramrod straight and wild-eyed in seconds. Sirius looked at him in concern, fixing to ask what the big deal was, and worried that someone had finally lost it for good in this room when he kept going. How close to peak of the full moon was it? Snape was only there because I'm going to change, without any of that potion. And here they'd almost been getting back to a decent place in the room. Now they all looked like they'd been petrified when they realized what he meant. How long had they been in the shrieking shack? It had been sundown when they'd gone in, but between the constant stops and starts of their own reading, they had no idea how long the kids had been in there. When the moon reached full, Remus would transform, and those kids would be in terrible danger. Harry couldn't help it. He tried to ignore it, because for the first time he didn't want that settling feeling back, but he couldn't ignore it no matter how much he wanted to. Something in him was warning he should take Remus' threat very seriously, and desperately wished Professor Lupin had thought of it then. Why hadn't he thought of this then? Most likely because Lupin's main concern more than anything would be to get Pettigrew up to Dumbledore. His sole purpose would be to see Sirius' name cleared, and he wouldn't be thinking of anything else in the world until then. They prayed that they were just being paranoid, that they'd all get back up to the school to Dumbledore, and things would be properly sorted out. Merlin, even if they had to make a side stop to get that potion from Remus' office before they did, they'd settle for anything at this point. When no one answered, though, because none of them knew one little bit obviously, Harry decided he should just keep going. Can't blame him one little bit, Sirius nodded with a set look in place. Harry closed the book to show that this one was finally done, still eyeing each of his family with true worry that this had been too much for them. After everything Harry had been through, they'd all gotten through it because he was sitting right here healthy and alive. But this wasn't just some he almost got killed moment. No, this was the most personal thing he could have ever discovered, and he was still trying to figure out how it was his fault. He was so lost in thought that at first he didn't notice Sirius lighting up like Christmas as he cheered. Do you know what this means? He'd been so lost in thought, going over every bad possible thing that could happen, all because of that foul little rat getting away for any number of things. But when he'd glanced up and seen how worried Harry looked, he'd casted his mind around for something else and landed on the best thing possible. While the others glanced at him for his outburst, Sirius couldn't hide the glee in his voice one little bit as he declared, "Harry's going to get away from those Dursleys, because I'm going to adopt him." Peter begging like that was literally the most degrading thing I've ever read in my life. I know this is the basis for a lot of people's opinions on Peter, and while I detest it in the worst way possible, as he should at least have the gall to admit to what he did, and then run rather than that, I'd still like to point out that this was a marauder. There is no way I can ever imagine any of the others putting up with such a sniveling little thing in their youth. Peter had to be a different person, and fear changed him into what he was in that scene. I have seen J.K. say that James and Sirius only let Peter be friends with them in a cynical way, but that doesn't make sense in a long-standing point. Maybe it had even started that way, but there's no way they would have gone out and done illegal animagus stuff, including him in the making of their map, trusted him in the Order, and with the Potter's life if they'd really thought so little of him. Hope I didn't earn too many flames for my opinion on this chapter. Also, fun fact about me, favorite chapter of the entire series. Still no actual reason I'm sharing this with you. J.K. Rowling's official response to that question is that even if they had seen Peter Pettigrew on the map, why would they care? The story of Sirius friends wasn't widely known to the public, as Fudge had said, so why would they think anything of the name? The only problem with this, though, and I never found another answer from her, is in the dorms. Surely they would have seen his name mashed in with Ran's at any stinking time, and as I said, never once questioned Ran about it. He only hung out with 2 kids on a regular basis and never once mentioned a Peter. I know they didn't sit around and have in-depth discussions with their brother about his friends, but I still find that really hard to swallow. Hope my answer wasn't too out there. Since we know virtually nothing about James, what he would have canonically felt about this moment, we will never know. So I base this on how I would have felt if I'd learned all of this. I'm sorry if you disagree. If you'd like to discuss it, I'd be more than happy to hear some other opinions. Chapter 20, The Dementor's Kiss. Chapter text. I love the parallels these books have with their chapter titles. Like the last one with Darby's warning and Darby's reward, and this one with the Dementor and the Dementor's kiss, plus Owl Post and Owl Post again. Random thing to point out. Lily looked like she could get up and kiss him at that kind of news. While it would never not sting to forever realize she wasn't going to be there for her boy, the fact that he had Sirius for him there now was the best second thing she could hope for. She was the only one who had really registered the news, though. Remus was still lost in thought, kicking himself into a grave and getting cold all over, because he had seen that look Harry had given him at his exclamation, and he knew quite well what it meant. Even though Harry couldn't say it out loud, Remus would never forgive himself if the rat really did get away because of him. James looked like he wanted to be happy. He tried for the feeling, and it was certainly there on the level Sirius was suggesting, but something was holding him back. Of course he was ecstatic. He'd do anything in the world for Harry to get away from the Dursleys. Sirius would do a great job taking care of Harry. So why did he feel something foreign and not at all pleasant at the thought? Sirius clearly didn't notice as Harry tossed him the book. He looked more than happy to take it, looking like he'd sing it to the heavens the justice and triumph he was feeling, but was cut off by Lily. Lily was shocked that she was the one to notice the time, and deciding to linger on whatever good mood this would afford them for as long as possible, she offered, "Why don't we eat?" The boys looked scandalized, and some private part of Lily would have laughed at this, but she insisted her point. "I want to see him being turned in as much as anyone, but it's about time for the baby's lunch, and I'd rather pause now when we've got some good timing." They didn't look happy, but no one argued the point either. The boys ate probably the lightest lunch they'd ever had in their life. Food was the last thing on their mind after everything they'd just lived through, but forced down a bit each to at least get rid of some of Lily's worry lines. No one brought up Remus' condition again. It was a sore enough subject already, and they would just have to deal with it after this nightmare book was done. There couldn't be too much left. The baby was fed and then put back in his playpen for a while longer. None of them wanted him in the room so long as the rat was going to be mentioned. Sirius went back and picked up the book and properly got to reading, still forcing a light feeling into his voice at what he wanted to hear, rather than the worry lingering he knew they all felt. Sirius still adored every last drop of irony reading that caused him. Lily wanted to roll her eyes at this childish display, but after everything they'd just gone through, she couldn't even find it in herself to do that, as all 4 boys gave little snickers at that mental image. "It's not going to be much fun if you point it out every few minutes," James mumbled, and while Sirius gave him a confused look for how odd James sounded, he put it down to any lingering feelings he had about bringing up the rat's name. He didn't feel much better, but knew he'd chant that putrid name for an hour if it would get Harry out of the Dursleys. "Well, no one ever technically told me. I just sort of found out." Harry couldn't help but give a little smirk, happy to see everyone did the same back. Maybe he was just being paranoid. Surely nothing too bad was going to ruin this mood again so soon. Harry laughed, but he was the only one who did. It was such a ludicrous sentence that he found it the appropriate reaction, but the others were still so foul-tempered about everything that they half wished before Sirius properly took Harry in he'd make a visit to those Dursleys, and show a bit more of that violent edge he'd displayed. Remus couldn't help but burst out laughing now when he realized Sirius had only known Harry for 5 minutes, and this was the first real question he asked him. It was made all the funnier under these circumstances, but he sobered out very quickly as he vividly remembered that his own self may prevent this and more from happening. Sirius couldn't help a snort of amusement. He knew he understood now far better than he would have then Harry's reaction to this, which gave them all a good laugh. Harry had only learned 5 minutes ago that Sirius wasn't some insane murderer intent on killing him, but it became all the more depressing when they realized just how bad Harry's life there must really be if he instantly said yes to the first person who offered. Harry had a goofy smile on his face. He looked as pleased as anyone at this prospect, and clung to the image already forming in his head desperately, refusing to admit that he wasn't getting any real feelings about this becoming true. He also wouldn't meet anyone's eyes right then. The last thing he wanted was for someone to ask for details about why he was so eager to get out of there. That set them into giggling maniacs all over again. They wanted more than anything to spend the next set of years listening to Harry's life like this with no concerns about the Dursleys, which with any luck Harry may well confide about to Sirius. James blanched. He still couldn't picture that, didn't want to. He glanced at his brother's face now and saw him beaming with pride, and it looked the most natural thing in the world. He just couldn't understand how 10 years would make him hardly recognizable. And he just kept remembering whose fault it was. Sirius hadn't believed it possible, but he only read that with 3/4 amount of hatred rather than all-consuming. He was still too busy happily picturing in his head he and Harry getting to have all the moments properly in the future like they were right now. Lily cracked up laughing hardest of all. They all remembered making jokes about wanting that convict to come make a visit to those Dursleys, and now their wish was coming true in the best way possible. Sirius refused to acknowledge what that could mean, though he more than anyone should know better. He just couldn't do it, though, not now. Timing must be on their side, just this once, that the full moon wouldn't peak and Remus would. Remus went rigid at once, his face going an almost scary white. Coupled with just how terrible he looked since he was going to transform this night, he looked likely to keel over any second. James and Sirius couldn't stand that, James going back over to his friend and sitting down on his side to put him in between him and Sirius as he comforted. "Hey, relax, Moony. We're all due for a bit of good luck. I'm sure nothing happens." Remus either couldn't or wouldn't answer, flapping his hand and silently demanding Sirius go on so he could get his real answer. Remus began hyperventilating at once. He'd been so stressed for so long that this really was too much. He couldn't see anything, couldn't make out any words. His nightmare was coming to life, and oh, he was well aware it was going to happen again tonight, and he was probably going to kill Lily and Harry then, just like he probably killed everyone out there that night as well. "James, we have to do something." Lily tried desperately to keep her voice from shrieking levels as she danced in place watching Remus shake all over, looking like he had fallen into a seizure and clearly not aware of anything. "He's going to hurt himself." She felt so useless and desperate she may well be heading towards her own panic attack soon. Sirius tried to say in an analytical tone of voice, rather than how frustrated he felt, he couldn't seem to get through to Remus. Most likely he'll pass out here in a few minutes from oxygen deprivation. "That's not helping," James ground out, trying to ignore the fact that Remus was folding in on himself and would have long since face planted the table if James wasn't holding on to him. "Couldn't you use that potion on him, the one you used on me earlier to make me relax?" Harry tried, not wanting to wait for a response and go get it now, but he wasn't sure where it was. "Wouldn't work on him," Lily moaned, logic nearly lost, as it was taking everything in her not to do something similar. James and Sirius were still alternating back and forth trying to calm him down in smooth, reassuring tones. Sadly, this wasn't even the first time they'd seen this happen to him. He'd acted like this a few times when he'd first woken up and seen how badly he'd harmed them when they'd first began their monthly transformations with him. Despite their scholarly research, it had taken them ages to convince him his bites wouldn't harm them so long as they were animals, and even then he was left gasping and guilt-ridden at how deep some of their scars were. The only thing that ever worked in breaking him out of these was just to let him wear it out, keep talking to him and remind him it wasn't that bad, and try to keep the blood out of sight. This time all of that was a little harder to pull off because of how worried they were for the kids. Harry clearly hadn't been bitten, but what about Ron or Hermione? Ron was literally chained up to Remus, without a leg to run on, but Moony would break out of those in seconds and turn on either him or the rat. It would be true irony indeed if the second were to happen and the rat lost his life to Moony. But for now they were more concerned with convincing him he wasn't going to hurt anyone. Finally, Sirius' prediction seemed to have come true. Remus slumped completely as he lost the fight for air, but he seemed to snap out of it quick enough as he jacked back upright and crashed into Sirius' nose. Ouch, Sirius grumbled, rubbing at the spot, and grumbling this was a terrible time to be paying him back for that. But one wild look around, and Remus realized what was happening, and he nearly started all over again. Wait, Remus, please, calm down. Lily quickly jumped in, trying to catch his eye. No bites, so you didn't attack him, or anyone, Harry quickly added on, before hissing in pain as white spots flashed across his eyes for remembering that too soon. That one little action gave Remus a shot of here and now. Seeing Harry in pain was as vivid a reminder as he could get, but it was the comfort he needed. He trusted his friends, and Sirius and James were going to be there for him tonight to make sure he never did this, and Sirius was even there for him then to make sure of the same thing. It didn't seem to help for long, though, as almost at once he began having another spaz attack. Moony, Sirius groaned. He'd seen him relax for an actual second, and they'd been sure he'd calmed down, what had made him relapse. Sirius, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Glory if I actually... Remus had his eyes screwed tight shut and kept shaking his head back and forth, intermittently muttering, I am going to kill him, in between apologizing. It took a moment for the others to catch up and realize why he'd be doing this, and then Sirius gripped his arm so hard there was likely to be a bruise as he hissed. You don't get to blame yourself for 1 second for whatever that rat does. If he makes a run for it, Merlin help it. If he gets away, it is not your fault. You couldn't have stopped him then any more than you could stop him all those years ago from deciding to become an animagus. I hung back to talk to Harry, but Hermione couldn't have done it either. There should have been one of us up there covering him. You don't get to blame yourself for anything he does. Remus still looked miserable, so they couldn't decide how much of that he'd taken to heart. But he didn't look like he was going to argue the point, so that had to count for something, right? They didn't really want to at this point, just so sick and tired of everything that could go wrong would. But them hearing about it wasn't going to change what did happen. Harry lived through it, and that was the most important thing to all of them, so despite the fact that Remus wanted to curl up into a hole and never come out, he didn't protest either as James and Sirius convinced Lily and Harry to sit back down so Sirius could find out what really happened. Least someone admits it, Remus huffed, never understanding how these two, well, four he corrected, could still defend him and stand by him even at his worst moments. He received a very sharp smack from James having heard that, giving him a threatening look to make it clear he'd do worse if Remus didn't cut out the comments about himself. Neither he nor Sirius were delusional in thinking Remus wasn't dangerous at those times, but he wasn't this unbearable monster either like he tried to paint himself. Harry's face was set now, fully saying he wasn't going anywhere when Ron was in danger, which gave them all yet another warm flood of happiness when they remembered all over again what good friends, pretty much family, those three were, and felt a terrible wince all over again when they couldn't say the same for their whole family anymore. They all really hoped this wouldn't start showing up every single time now, desperately hoping they could come to grips and the rat's betrayal would stop coming to mind every 5 seconds soon. Remus was still curling into himself in shame and disgust. He'd never had his transformations explained to him in such vivid detail, and he just couldn't stand how calm Sirius was forcing himself to sound about it. How was he not disgusted, afraid? He'd been asking himself that his whole life, and knew he could never understand when talking about a real-life monster. Harry couldn't help but startle in remembered horror at these two doing this to each other. He'd only seen once before two street cats fighting in an alley, but even that hadn't been as brutal as when these two beasts went at it. He'd heard the term fur flying, but never before had he understood how bad that could be. Watching the literal flesh be pulled off of each other, as at least one of them would have gone for a mortal blow. Lily couldn't help but shrink into Harry, just a little bit. For obvious reasons, she'd never been near Remus during this time, and her boys had never gone into such detail of how violent these nights could get. It certainly explained why more times than she could count the marauders would show up with more than just Quidditch injuries. But no one had ever questioned it too deeply because of all the insane things they got up to. She regretted the action at once when she saw Remus flinch like she'd slapped him, and she wanted to apologize and insist she didn't mean it. It had just been shock, but Sirius hadn't noticed a thing and seemed determined not to stop until he got his answer of what happened to the rat during this mess. She still determined the second this was over she would have a proper talk with him. All three of these boys needed it. Remus was trying to get away from his two friends, trying to go back to his own corner of the room or something, because he couldn't stand just sitting here and listening to not only taking a bite out of Sirius, but how it was unarguably his damned fault that Rat really was going to get away now. Neither of them were still having it, though. Sirius was multitasking by digging his elbow into Remus' ribs and reading loudly, trying to get to the part already where hopefully Harry came to his senses and tried to pin down the rat long enough the spell would wear off and he could be stunned again. James now practically had Remus pinned to his side, all earlier anger at him forgotten and to be dealt with later. His annoyance Remus had turned on Sirius so easily was nothing compared to what Peter had done to him, and he was far more concerned now making sure Remus knew he could look past it. He would make amends to both of his brothers and keep them going just like they did for him every day in this unforgiving war. Harry swore violently, making a move like he wanted to go for his own wand for anyone cursing his friend. His only comfort, which he quickly told the others, was that it had been a flash of red light. He'd only been stunned. Was the cat really necessary? Sirius grumbled to himself. No, 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 no. They all kept muttering in varying levels of hatred and shock. They still couldn't understand how he could do this to them, to Sirius. He was really running again, leaving Sirius in that exact same circumstance, leaving Harry to deal with an angry werewolf. Just leaving like it meant nothing to him. Sirius was only reading on autopilot now. He couldn't even find it in himself anymore to feel hopeful something good still worked itself out, just wanting to finish this already, whatever the answer. He knew Remus was fine, because Sirius wouldn't let him attack anyone. Moony would be his priority, and he'd let the rat escape, and he couldn't bring it in himself to resent it. He cared more for Remus' sound mind when he came out of this than his own revenge, finally making the right decision. If he tracked down the rat once, he would do it again, now with Remus' help. Remus sighed in relief, not caring whatever he'd heard to drag him away, just thankful it was getting him away from Harry and those innocent kids. He wasn't nearly so forgiving of his actions this night. He'd hate himself no matter when the rat was recaught, because he'd gotten away this time because of his own stupid, useless life. Sirius hardly sounded like he cared. He'd survived Azkaban for Cripe's sake. A couple of scratches shouldn't faze him for long. Remus didn't hold nearly the same feelings at the news, but reflected it wasn't the worst thing he'd done to his friend recently. James released a violent noise, like he wanted to laugh about that all over again, but couldn't grasp the emotion. He was too caught up on other things. Lingering hatred and annoyance still clung in there, as well as Snape even being there. He'd done nothing useful this whole night, except to wrongly attack the friends he shouldn't be. Remus made a pretty good attempt at that sound now, thinking he'd gone back around and went for Padfoot again. The others didn't really agree, but trying to think up something else that would attack Sirius right now wasn't pleasant either. Had he chased the rat into the forest or something? Harry felt so bad for all of them he asked the first question that came to mind. Why didn't he just leave the grounds in the first place? Why did he hide out at Hagrid's? No one needed to ask which Harry meant, as Harry realized it was hard enough hearing the name whenever it popped up in the book now. James didn't really want to sit around and think about these things, but he wasn't going to deny his son either. He was probably hoping Sirius would get caught again, and he could make a miraculous return to Ron. Why leave his cushy life if he didn't have to? The terrible bitterness, coloring his every syllable left, no one wanting to add on further. Sirius couldn't help a little bubbling of warmth that Harry was already running off to help him like that, though he knew he didn't really want Harry anywhere near what was going on between him and the rodent. Lily nearly screamed again. The sound was certainly trying to build up in her throat, but kept getting large there. She couldn't help it, though. She just wanted to scream as loud as she could know. Over and over again, until someone proved her wrong. This wasn't about to happen. Not to Sirius. He'd been through so much already. He didn't deserve this. Sirius either didn't notice, or didn't register why the others would be freaking out. Maybe he was still too intent on reading about catching the rat. Maybe he was forcing his own denial. Either way, he kept going. There was a horrible beat of silence where Sirius froze up, trying to understand why he would do that. But he wouldn't let it last long, blinking past suddenly blurry vision to force out. Why? Harry yelped clearly, startling them all badly. They'd each frozen up and gone into lockdown, strangled, breathing a kind description. Fear was doing so much to them, but Harry cracked and let out a stream of questions. Why did you change back? Why didn't you keep running? Why would you collapse? You've had years of being around them, and you do this now. His voice kept rising, anger bleeding into his tone, but as Sirius watched him, he recognized it wasn't the actual rage at him, but for what Harry was well aware was fixing to happen to him. Why didn't you just use a Patronus? Surely you still had Snape's wand. Why, he finally strangled himself off, just watching Sirius desperately. He somehow just knew that Sirius was in trouble, that he needed to save him. Something went terribly wrong. Harry. Lily finally got out, wanting to scold, but he just looked so desperate she couldn't find the right tone. She was more concerned than ever something really was fixing to happen to Sirius. The worst part was no one could find it in themselves to say anything. Harry's reaction really did lead them all to believe that Sirius was about to be kissed, and they really couldn't stand that. Not after everything they just went through, getting the truth, and then having it smashed down on their lives. They could not deal with the fact that Sirius would still take the fall in the end, leaving Harry like that. They were all out of anger. They'd spent it out on the rat. Now they were just left feeling empty, scared, and desperate. Harry couldn't help it, though. Hadn't even realized how loudly he'd been shouting, because his wide green eyes just kept watching Sirius with horror, and he knew he didn't want to lose him again. Sirius was the first to come out of his shock. Watching his little pup like that wrenched at every part of him, and he'd do anything to get rid of that look. So he blurted out answers to his abundant questions, just for everyone else to hear him talk now, just so he could prove to himself he was still alive, even if this was the last thing in the world he wanted to talk about. I'm no expert on Dementors, but I can tell you now that years of being around them only would have decreased my ability to fight them off, not the other way around. The shock of having been away from them for so many months, and then forced back around even one, would have shocked me so bad I'm not surprised if I lost my hold on being Padfoot and reverted. The silence continued, so he just kept talking, trying to fill a void that kept lingering in the room. Same reason I wouldn't have been able to produce a Patronus again, or kept running, or anything. It was probably a lot of shock. Not to mention if they really are there to Kai. He stuttered out. Even he couldn't say that with a straight face. But since they all knew what he meant, he kept going in a forced, relaxed voice, like talking about his imminent death was Sunday brunch. Well, that's two different things. A Dementor gives off a powerful aura. Their natural state is what causes the depression most people feel. But when they're set on doing, that other thing, it becomes 10 times more powerful. Even I never would have been around that. Not to mention the realization that the rat escaped would have put me at an all-time low, he finished, unable to keep the sour-filled disgust out of that last part. Remus snapped first, pulling him into a tight hug despite serious protest and grumbling. Would you let me go? I'm not dead yet, so quit acting like you're staring at my funeral. And if you even start apologizing, any of you, I will personally set out to make every last Sirius and dog pun in the world. Padfoot, that's just cruel, James whimpered, running his hand furiously against his eyes and unable to put any real emotion into his voice. Sirius finally managed to wrestle himself away from Remus, giving the others a warning look in case they planned on doing the same. Now I am going to finish this, and then Harry's fine, so that doesn't make this okay. Harry growled, still shaking terribly and looking ready to keep screaming any second. Maybe not at his godfather, but at something about all this injustice. You, Lily snapped, moving with lightning speed and snatching the book away, are not reading that. None of you are. So glad you can, Sirius grumbled, not expecting Lily to smack him over the head with the book. Ouch, what was that for? Because you deserved it, Lily snapped right back, taking his momentary distraction at him, rubbing his head to dash back to her seat and try to read, hoping that she could continue to smack him for 50 years to come, hoping that her doing this would distract him for the next 7 books, and starting to run out of hope. Well, that distraction lasted all of 6 bleeding words. 100. It's no wonder Sirius had such a reaction. She really was doubting even she could do this. Hadn't they all suffered enough? Harry had heard both her and James' death. He'd had his life destroyed by one of James' old friends. Remus had tried to attack him this night, and now Sirius was going to die. She still hadn't fully wrapped her head around the rat's betrayal. She'd accepted it, but she hadn't had time to process and think. She knew she was still in shock when she could think the words Sirius would no longer be around, and not burst into endless tears. All of this had come out in less than a year to Harry, less than 2 days for them, and she really wasn't sure how she could keep doing this. Then Harry wrapped an arm around her, his live warmth cutting through the worst of the cold and dread, and though she forced herself to keep going as fast as possible, like hearing the words slurring together would make it less painful to hear, she kept glancing up every other word to find the 3 boys huddled into each other. Still alive, still breathing, still here with her. Sirius couldn't help a little jolt of shock. He was already Harry's happy memory. He remembered back to Harry choosing to leave the Dursleys and come to Hogwarts had produced his best patroness, until that game where he'd summoned one, even around those fakes, and adrenaline, and his love for the game had caused something even more substantial. Now Harry was trying to project another one in his defense, using him and his promise. And it wasn't going to be enough. Glory, no wonder the kid had reacted so badly. He must blame himself. It was a miracle Harry and Hermione had even survived this night. Dementors weren't known for their discretion. He was now just thanking his lucky stars Harry and Hermione hadn't been kissed as well. Then Sirius really looked at Harry and realized he was actually crying now. He met Sirius' eyes for a second, then he got up and tried to storm away. Sirius pounced at once, grabbing his shoulder and trying to turn him back, and though he did turn back and face him, he still screamed, "I could have saved. You shouldn't have been there, you only were because of me." Sirius wasn't having that, growling right back, "You shut that trap, kid. You don't get to feel guilty about this. The Patronus just wasn't in your capability yet. Nothing could have been done. I would have tracked that rat anywhere in the world and then come looking for you. This is his fault, not yours." Harry couldn't help but wobble then, wondering what about that felt off. He lost it. Sirius saw the indecision, though, the hesitancy, so he kept going. "You were a 13-year-old kid. It was my job, my responsibility, my decision, and his fault. The world's a damned cruel place you had to watch this, but I'll stand here blue in the face till you realize this is seriously my problem." Harry couldn't help it. That was so random he cracked and let out a weak little chuckle. Looking quite pleased with himself, he nudged Harry back to his mother's side and soothed the room at large now. "That goes for all of you. You can cry at my funeral, so long as you make sure to get my best picture up there." James' hand twitched, like he wanted to smack the living daylights out of Sirius for actually making jokes at a time like this, but he supposed it was all what they needed. Watching his brother use his vanity and name at a time like this was just so serious. It gave them a shot of fresh air that what they kept reading was not set in stone. Harry must have come back to this time and place for a reason. They must be able to fix this. Sirius took back his spot, except now in between his friends again, and eyed Lily expectantly. She shook her head at him, a look Sirius had seen practically his whole life of Lily Evans. Well, Potter now, but that wasn't the point. Exasperated at the marauders and everything they did. But it was better than that dead-eyed look of loss she'd held seconds ago. Sirius would ignore his own feelings on the matter and keep babbling all he wanted to until this was done with. Remus couldn't help but randomly wonder why Harry was still referring to Sirius by his last name. He recognized the look of consternation that crossed Sirius' face every time he heard it as well. That was still there right now in the middle of all this, which caused him to finally crack a smile. Maybe Sirius was exaggerating the face. Maybe Remus just needed something to smile about before he lost himself, but that did it. Sirius was already starting to run out of things to say, recoiling along with the rest of them, knowing he wouldn't be able to keep it up when the moment came, and his life was likely to flash across his eyes, as surely now as it would then, and he could no longer look upon half of it with any kind of happiness because of the tainted person. Lily was not stumbling through this as fast as she'd planned. The words kept getting jumbled together, and she just knew she was going to vomit here in a second. The only thing still keeping her going was a near-constant glance up at the black-haired youth sitting next to her husband. When he caught sight of her staring, he put on such a brave face she had no choice but to smile until she kept going. Again, again, and again, and again, Harry just kept getting left on his own to deal with these things. It always felt like he was abandoned at the worst of times. Now Sirius was the cause of it. Sirius finally lost any last drop of comfort he was going for in sake of the others, now wanting to hurry the process up and just greet the Reaper. By this point he felt so ashamed. Sirius swore violently and scrambled to his feet in a real-life panic now. All of them were when they realized that thing was going to kiss Harry. The Dementors were acting on orders about attacking Sirius. It didn't make them hate them any less. But if there was one thing to kick them from misery, to fire tempered protection, it was Harry being in trouble. What could they do, though? What could anyone do? The only living person they could have counted on for help was running around in the Forbidden Forest. Remus wouldn't even realize what was happening until morning, and what could a werewolf do against a Dementor? Harry blinked in shock and blurted out, "Do Dementors affect werewolves? I mean, like, the actual werewolf part." Remus gave Harry a look of utter disbelief. He seemed remarkably calm now, still confused and upset like the others, but not particularly concerned for his life. Considering his reaction to Sirius a moment ago, it gave him a real pause and a blatant reminder Harry had survived. How? No one knew, but he certainly wanted that answer, so instead of cursing and screaming and unnecessarily producing a Patronus right now, no matter how much he hated that animal, like he knew they all wanted to do, he answered, "I have no idea. As far as I know, the two have never intersected. The werewolf's base emotion is to attack. That's certainly not a happy feeling, so I doubt the Dementors could affect that." Harry grinned in appreciation, watching the others wearily sit back down as they realized what Remus had. They wanted their answers more than swearing to the heavens those things existed. They'd spent so long being angry at what the rat had done, and now were so low at what was going to happen to Sirius. The fact that Harry was okay was the only thing keeping them going. James' hands wouldn't sit still, wanting to reach over and grab hold of Sirius, to never let go so long as he just kept breathing. To reach for his wand and do something, anything to make this go away. To hold and cuddle his baby to his chest, to go and hug his son now, so that he had something to cling onto who despite all odds lived when the rest of them hadn't. No one had ever looked under a Dementor's hood and lived, and now James had a mental image he never wanted, and it still wasn't the worst thing to happen to him today. Sirius felt like that was his own lifeline that had been snipped. He fell back against his friends, and probably would have kept falling forever if they weren't both there now, each holding tight to him to make sure he wasn't really going anywhere. Harry felt torn in two. He wanted to go to Sirius and cling to him now, promise himself that a connection to his family really hadn't been lost this night. But Remus and James weren't leaving much room. Sirius looked nearly smothered, and he wouldn't leave his mom now. His mother's great sob was his answer. She definitely needed him more, as he curled tightly into her and promised he wasn't going anywhere. And Lily had to blink ghosts and tears and screams away for several minutes, watching the book in her lap, and all the little wet spots on the pages that still weren't enough to erase the words, and just wanting this to be over. Lily finally felt like she could breathe again, clutching the lifeline of little print that promised her something had changed. Whatever had saved her son's life was happening. A Patronus, they all realized at once. Though what, who could have sent it? Maybe a teacher from the school had come down and realized what had happened. Galloping, that implied a horse-like shape to whoever owned it, but there were just too many possibilities, and they were just too exalted in breathing air again to care. Harry was safe. But what about Sirius? Had the Dementors gotten him while Harry was being attacked? They had come from all sides. Who did it look like? Sirius quickly asked, his voice no longer sounding like his own, but just wanting to think of anything but a shell of his body being left behind for Harry to find. Harry didn't answer, though. He was blinking and squinting at nothing like he couldn't see clearly, still holding tight to his mother and throwing fear-filled looks at Sirius. Clearly, whoever he'd seen had startled him, but the fact that he didn't answer wasn't promising. Lily just wanted to get the book out of her own hands at this point, so finished. Lily let out a pitiful moan as she pushed the book away, letting it land on the floor and just clinging to her son because that was all she could think to do. The boys weren't much better, each of them stuck on the idea, but unable to say it, spit it out. It even hurt to think it, because Sirius just couldn't be dead. So yeah, been dropping little hints for a while that Harry was going to remember something soon that wasn't going to be good, and it was this. Harry remembers how he felt when Sirius died, and has no way to tell them otherwise, but this was the wrong time, so they get to spend this, and most of the next chapter thinking Sirius is dead. I am a cruel person, and I regret nothing. Chapter 21. Hermione's Secret. Chapter text. I know you're all thinking yay for an early update, so I'm hoping the happiness will linger through the whole of this chapter. The four of them felt so emotionally strained, they didn't know what to do anymore. None of them made a move to stop Harry. They just wanted this done with. The only comfort they had left was that this hadn't happened yet. They still had Sirius right here with them. Harry's hands were shaking terribly as he went for the book. He couldn't seem to get rid of that fear, that lingering something that told him Sirius was going to die. Then, why had he felt so confused when Sirius had tried to comfort him about the Patronus? Was it possible his instinct was finally wrong? He desperately hoped so with everything in him. It was the only thing forcing his words out. Lily made a rasping noise, like she agreed, but the thought was too terrible it shouldn't have ever been put into words. She knew whoever was speaking was of course talking about Harry, but it didn't erase that implanted fear that she was soon going to have to hear about Sirius really. James snarled. He'd never heard such a ludicrous thing in his life. He was, probably irrationally some higher reasoning tried to protest, but he kicked it away, blaming Snape for this whole mess, for what happened to Sirius. If Snape had never showed up then, they would have gotten out of there so much sooner, then Remus wouldn't have transformed at that time, then the rat wouldn't have gotten away. This was Snape's fault. He remembered that promise he'd made to Lily, that he wouldn't kill him until they heard everything. But as far as James was concerned, this was irredeemable, and that Death Eater was dying as soon as he took care of the other one. Now if only they could figure out why they couldn't leave, he really hoped Harry would remember that soon. The minister. Lily muttered with the smallest pinch of hope, trying to figure out if he would have shown up just to collect a body. Maybe Sirius wasn't dead yet, and he had to show up because he escaped again. I'd roll over in my grave, I'm sure, Sirius muttered, then received a very sharp pinch from Remus for that. But he didn't even bother to snap back for it this time. He was still intent on reminding them as much as possible he could still make jokes, no matter how bad. Probably, Remus said with just a tad of smugness, vividly remembering Sirius having scraped his head repeatedly against the tunnel ceiling and how he would have laughed at that any other time. He'd just been a little too distracted to really appreciate it at the time. Least I did something useful, Harry couldn't help but think, still feeling he'd done more harm than good this night. If only he'd been faster and stunned Pettigrew, if he'd stayed out of Sirius' way and let him take care of the rat. Instead, he'd stood by and let Sirius be caught. If he'd just let Remus and Sirius kill Pettigrew when they'd had the chance, they would have had a body and all the proof they needed. Harry knew better than to say anything like that out loud, though, because by now he knew they would all try to defend him, something that still felt a little foreign. No, 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 Lily snarled. Now they'll never believe a word you say. They wouldn't have believed me if Snape hadn't said anything, Harry grumbled. There's still got to be something. Remus tried, but he broke himself off and instead just fell back against the couch, feeling utterly defeated. It was 3 kids and a werewolf's word against probably Dumbledore himself. What chance did they have? Sirius. Only hope was somehow making a run for it again, and that was assuming he was even still alive. Sirius made a noise. The ironic thing was Harry hadn't once wanted to catch him. Oh, sure, he'd wanted to do some other things, but that hadn't been on the list. Lily wanted to argue the point, but the problem was she couldn't. From Snape's point of view, Harry had gone the past 2 years, well, even this year, and gotten away with a lot, but that was because Snape couldn't see past Harry to the things he'd done. If Harry hadn't stepped in, unspeakable things could have happened. She was as proud of her son for all of those things as any mother could be, and she really wanted to shove it in Snape's face. He needed to get over himself. Harry had a little scowl on his face as he read that. He didn't want to be handed a blind spot. Sure, he didn't want to get in trouble either, but the fact that the minister had just admitted to this rubbed him the wrong way. Ha! James snapped without any humor, his hand curling up and looking dearly like he was going to deck the wall any second. He was so sick of hearing that man talk. "Where are you anyways?" Remus asked, realizing this conversation had gone on long enough, and Harry hadn't said anything, despite his clear look of agitation, now saying he would have buted in ages ago. "Still half out of it," Harry sighed. He vaguely remembered hearing these things as if from a long ways off, and mentally reasoned he must be in the hospital wing. "They didn't even do this on purpose," Sirius ground out in frustration, still vividly remembering his attack on Ron, and while he now saw his reasons were justified, he didn't think that made it okay. Harry had only come down there out of loyalty to his friend. He'd had no idea what he was walking into. "They haven't even heard your side of it yet, and he just knows everything, doesn't he?" Harry had to take several deep breaths to continue without shouting in annoyance of these two men, clearly talking about him within hearing range like this, about something they had no idea about. Harry couldn't quite get that out without sounding like he was being strangled. He was so frustrated by that. Lily had to fight down the urge to mother her son right now, go and get him some chocolate and watch him eat it. She still couldn't shake away the terror of her baby being surrounded on all sides by dementors with their hoods down, what they could have done to him. "And good riddance," James croaked, leaning into Sirius just that little bit more, still shaking all over at what they may have already done to his brother. The mystery of who had saved his son's life was still a curious one. He still wanted to ask Harry about it. He'd yet to say anything of who he'd thought he'd seen, but Harry looked just as confused as them. For a different reason, though, because Harry's first thought had been he'd seen his dad. That was ridiculous, though, right? But that's who the person had resembled. But his dad was dead. If he wasn't, surely he would have made some miraculous reappearance tonight along with his other friends. Then who had Harry seen? He voiced none of this, not wanting any of them to feel any worse than they already were, and bringing up who he'd thought he'd seen would do just that. Sirius had never heard a better thing in his life. He made the most relieved sound of all, as surely Snape wouldn't have done that if he'd been kissed already. They were going to send him back to Azkaban, and he could escape before they did it. They all just got a small moment of jubilation. Sirius was still alive. That's all they'd needed to hear, and suddenly they were so sure everything was going to be okay again. Things were going to work out. Then they all saw how uneasy Harry still looked, and his reaction to the news still haunted them. And had Sirius really still died tonight? Guess Harry would know what that looked like, Remus grumbled to himself, still shifting around and unable to sit still for 5 full seconds. He was so worried about his friend. Sirius couldn't help but crack up laughing, wondering if the house elves had specially made that upon her request, or if she had that on hand for emergencies. She'd probably been saving it up all year just for Harry. "Something I couldn't be prouder of," James told him fondly, having no doubts Harry would kick up all the fuss in the world to get Sirius out of this mess. Maybe his son being the boy who lived may finally come in handy. If he spread his own side of the story around enough, surely someone would believe him. Maybe the right person would and look into this and find the truth. That's the part that is not all right. Lily hissed, recognizing Pomfrey didn't know better, but still wanting to curse anyone who said otherwise. Harry let out a strangled gasp, so Sirius wasn't out of the clear yet. And yet he still didn't feel as powerful about that as he had before when he was so sure Sirius was going to die. He was having such conflictions crashing around inside of him. He hardly acknowledged the others' plights of worry as well, just kept reading on, wanting to get his answer already. Considering how agitated all of them were already at the minister, his concern for Harry didn't hold nearly the amount of weight it should have. The only thing they wanted comforted on now was hearing Sirius was going to be okay. "That is not Funny, James ground out, fighting every impulse he had not to rip this stupid minister's face off. Let's hope shouting in his face will actually work, Remus snarled, not having any real hope it would, just hoping Harry would get past them and try something else soon. They're not going to listen to a word, Lily moaned. Even if she had seen it coming, it didn't make it any happier to hear. I think he has every reason to be distressed, Sirius grumbled, still fighting down the urge to be sick as the scene kept replaying over and over again in his head of that skull-like face coming towards his own. Sirius couldn't help it. That mental image was exactly what he needed to shove his own vision to the side, and he cracked up laughing. The other four gave him a touch-concerned look. Sirius really had been under so much pressure for so long that they were starting to wonder just how soon he'd start to go crazy. He ignored the looks, though, still smirking and shrugging. What? What adult force feeds you chocolate? It was funny. Harry gave a weak little laugh, while the others just rolled their eyes at him, far more concerned hearing Sirius made it out of this night alive than his stupid comments for now. Not that any of them would admit his stupid comments was what was keeping them sane, as a constant reminder Sirius was still around to make them. Now she's just being pushy. Remus couldn't help but agree with Sirius, having been threatened a number of times by the matron for trying to sneak out and knowing how she could get if her orders weren't followed. If Harry kept resisting her to her face, things might turn out even worse for him. You're the one driving me crazy right now, James scowled, still not able to find the same mood as the other two. He wanted Harry to keep trying to get his point across no matter how futile, and she was just getting in the way. That's encouraging, Sirius said, not really sure if he meant it. After all, if Dumbledore didn't believe him now, why would telling him all of these things without proof mean anything to him then? What could he possibly say to gain the headmaster's trust? Was he wanting to talk to Harry and Hermione to try and lift some stupid curse off of them? When that didn't work, would it be too late for him to realize the kids weren't confounded? The others didn't quite know what to think of that either, so no one protested further when Harry kept going. Not one little bit, Remus growled. Actually, you kind of knocked him out before he could hear, Sirius corrected, which I still thank you for. Lily scowled in outrage. How could he still be yelling at her like that? Was he so insistent on seeing Sirius die, he'd continuously take it out on these kids, that no other side but his could be right? I'm going to rip his tongue out of his head, James snapped, sick and tired of this guy popping up and ruining his loved ones' lives every chance he got. Snape just did that in front of Dumbledore, James realized, perking up slightly at that. What are the odds they'll get him fired? The others gave a hopeful agreement, except Remus, who flinched all over again. Snape had been trying all year apparently to get him fired. He should probably consider himself lucky he hadn't been mentioned along with Sirius about to receive a kiss. Most likely he was still running around the forest, and now he had the image of a pack of auras chasing him down, waiting for him to change back so they could arrest him or worse. He kept his mouth firmly shut, though. He'd worry about that later when he heard Sirius was safe. I would honestly laugh at that if I didn't want to smash both of your heads together, Sirius grumbled. The five of them all exchanged concerned looks. Dumbledore's attitude was kind of scaring them, though the fact that he wasn't outright saying he disbelieved Harry and Hermione was the slightest bit of comfort. They all knew that if Dumbledore believed them, Sirius would have the best defense in the world. Surely he must be able to do something to get Sirius out of this. Well, she's in a bad mood, Remus muttered to himself. Harry couldn't read that without getting a hitch in his throat. He wasn't going to let that happen to Sirius. For the first time he gained back a tiny bit of confidence, that one little reassuring thought convincing him his first reaction finally had been wrong. He must save Sirius. Terrified of being wrong, though, he'd already caused so much pain and confusion by speaking out of these things, he dared not speak anything else. Someone please let me out so I can strangle him already, Sirius growled. No, really, why hasn't he been fired yet? James grumbled to himself, wishing more than anything he wasn't joking and Snape would get tossed already for the things he'd done to Harry alone. Now he'd turned on his two best friends. Sirius flinched like he'd been kicked. Oh, he really didn't want to remember that right now. James and Remus just looked all the more murderous, something Harry hadn't really thought possible. Both boys were just so sick of Snivellus bringing that up. He'd been 16, he'd made a mistake, and he was still holding a grudge for that. Sirius had even tried to apologize to him. They weren't sure how sincere it had been, since he'd done it after the big row between the four of them, and he might have just done it to prove to them he was sorry. But even then, Snape had dismissed him, and Sirius hadn't tried again. "Well, you did about sum it all up," Lily muttered, hoping Sirius had been more coherent when he'd told Dumbledore all that. James said something very crude. He didn't want to hear this. He wanted someone to say Sirius was going to be okay, which is why he was so confused when Remus let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't quite get rid of the look as he eagerly told the others. "Don't you see? If he's saying that, then this must mean Dumbledore believes him. Why would he say that if he didn't?" Lily still hesitated, eyeing the book as she pointed out. Why would he believe him now if he hadn't then? Surely Sirius told him all of this back when he was first taken in. Remus hesitated, his smile slipping away as he honestly didn't have a good answer to that, but he tried anyways. Sirius didn't realize until after he saw the picture of the rat. He still couldn't help but break off with a stutter. He couldn't even refer to him without feeling white-hot rage all over again. Was even still alive. He could have put everything he'd said down to a tale until Sirius had seen him that night. Dumbledore knows legilimency, so maybe he pried into his mind tonight and saw the truth then what could have been falsified before. It was only as he finished how loose that sounded, how Remus realized all over again the lengths he wanted to go to defend Dumbledore, and how much it bothered him Dumbledore hadn't believed Sirius then. Shouldn't Dumbledore have simply used legilimency then, and realized Sirius hadn't been the secret keeper, so the rat was the only option? It wasn't adding up, and they all knew it. The others didn't look any more convinced either, but no one said anything else, so Harry decided to keep going. James hissed something under his breath, detesting that there was the proof right there. Dumbledore had not tried one bit to stick up for Sirius, but the opposite. Sirius looked like he'd rather be kicked this time than hear that. He'd followed Dumbledore's orders without question, been nothing but a good soldier through the worst of missions, and that was his reward. How had Dumbledore looked him in the face and accused him of doing that? "I don't understand," Harry groaned, watching all of them grow more confused and murderous the longer Dumbledore kept going. Couldn't Sirius have taken a potion or something to prove he wasn't lying? He felt like he should know something that did that, but he couldn't place it. Lily's face was going the same color as her fiery red hair, but she tried to force her tone to remain normal as she explained. "There is something called Veritaserum, but its use will only work on the unexpecting." If Sirius knew he was taking it, his words still wouldn't hold. It's never used in court, because anybody on trial would be hoping it would be used on them. "What about his wand?" James persisted. "They would have taken it from him, proven that wasn't the last spell he'd used." "Not indefinitely," Sirius sighed. "I could have used anything in between the time it happened and the time they arrived, since I left myself in the street. I may have been pretending I was innocent by doing it." He did not look the least bit happy at explaining away what the ministry had done to him, but last night, in between the nightmares of his sleep and his future, he turned over every last inch of how his case could have gone, and that had been one thing he'd stuck on. He'd stayed around in the street, not knowing why then, but clearly having an idea now. He'd lost several bits of sanity. He'd been so pleased with himself for murdering that rat. He hadn't cared what happened next. "Well, what about those pensive things?" Harry still tried, feeling this argument was as useless as it could get, knowing it wouldn't make a difference, but still forcing himself to try. "They show memories, right? Couldn't Sirius have shown the memory he hadn't been the secret keeper? Even if what Remus said is true, and Sirius hadn't known for sure the rat had survived, it still would have shown he'd been the one to blow those people up, that Sirius hadn't been the one to do this." They had no answer for him. It was true memories could be tampered with, but even when that happens, a grey fog would swirl around to prove such a thing, and Sirius wouldn't have done that. They honestly had no idea how this could have settled in a court of law, proving without a doubt Sirius had done this. They still didn't really have their answers, but now knowing Dumbledore had a hand in it wasn't helping much. His testimony alone would be enough to put anyone away as a Death Eater. Which meant that Sirius winding up in Azkaban was damn near as much Dumbledore's fault as anyone's, for not trying to help a man he'd inducted into the Order, for not doing everything to find all the facts. Harry tried desperately one last time. "Well, my memories then." Pettigrew confessed to me what happened, and they've no reason not to believe me except. Harry was already trailing off pitifully as he came to his own conclusion amongst all the heartbroken faces. Except they think I'm confounded, so no matter what my or my friend's memories say. He broke himself off, unable to finish. His throat was closing too tight. Remus made a gut-wrenching noise, still hating himself above anyone else for this mess he put his friend in, and still neither James nor Sirius would let him dwell on it. They both gave him a look that plainly said they didn't think it for a second, and it left Remus confused. If they still wouldn't, even after everything he'd done to Sirius, were they really so blind? Which still doesn't make sense to me, Harry grumbled. Why is he so different than anyone else? The others really didn't know how to explain this to Harry. Either his 13-year-old mind still couldn't grasp the concept, or he was refusing to acknowledge it. But either way, they didn't want to be the ones to change it. Harry clearly trusted Remus just fine now. He'd yet to show any ill will towards him no matter what was being shown. So they liked to think this never would change, and it'd remain the later. I hate this, Lily howled, looking close to tears. She was so frustrated. I hate this so much. I can't stand it. Why is Snape's the only word that matters? If Dumbledore's word was enough to put Sirius in there, then surely it should be enough to at least hold off on that sentence. It was beyond frustrating. It hurt and confused them almost as much as what that rat had done to them. Sirius was a good man who'd done everything in his power to show he wanted nothing to do with his last name. Why couldn't Dumbledore, with all his titles and power, at least say something to what was happening? Had he really just come there to convince Harry it was pointless to even try? Sirius' face palmed so hard he looked like he was going to leave a bruise on his own forehead. He reflected back to how he'd felt when he first learned of what the rat had done, that all-consuming need, and how it may well have driven him to do those same things now if he could get out of this house. And he still would have kept trying no matter what, until Harry calmed him down. It didn't excuse what he'd done. But then again, when had he ever thought things through? They all sighed, wishing they could find out why, what had changed to make Dumbledore see now what he hadn't then. If Merlin helped them, and this all bloody happened to them again, they would have liked some assurances they could keep Dumbledore on Sirius' side no matter what. Lily and James looked likely to back down, at least a bit. They admitted they may have been too harsh on Dumbledore, been expecting too much of him. To them, he seemed the most powerful warlock to exist. Dumbledore could do anything, even go toe-to-toe with Voldemort himself. But what he'd said was true. Dumbledore himself wasn't magic. Sometimes even he couldn't be expected to do everything. The only problem was they'd been so focused on going after their old headmaster that now the realization had hit he couldn't do anything, they were sinking right back into the fear-sucking depression. They just couldn't sit here and listen to this happening to Sirius. They let Harry keep going, though, unable to find the air to do anything else. Remus winced, wriggling in place as he realized he still felt the same way, still wanted to believe the man he looked up to more than anyone could do no wrong. But the plague was still swirling in the back of his mind, trying to understand what had pulled him away from Sirius when he had needed him most, and only one name able to make him do so. Oh, Lily snapped. Oh, what? What did he say that made her? You know, it's really bloody annoying when a little 13-year-old knows more about what's going on than you. Sirius nodded in agreement, cutting off Lily and perhaps receiving a glare for it, but allowing Harry to continue. Why would he tell you that? James asked slowly, some life beginning to return to his face. If Dumbledore was suggesting what he thought. Harry paid him no mind, his eyes lighting up again with hope finally kindling. He finally felt like he was getting on the right track of what was supposed to happen tonight. Something good, he hoped. Why would he tell you that? Lily blurted. The room was one thing, but the window was just arbitrary. Remus felt like his brain was dragging 5 senses behind. Who on earth? What was Dumbledore? And by the time he formed a question, Harry just kept going. By who? All 4 of them blurted out as one. True, it would be best if they weren't caught helping Sirius, but Dumbledore's instructions were getting weirder as this went on, with no explanation in sight. Glad we're not the only ones, Sirius grumbled, knowing Harry couldn't actually answer them until it had happened, knowing none of them had any good idea, so theorizing was stupid. But he never liked to be ignored, which is exactly what his pup was doing. Why was he directing all of that at Hermione? Lily said slowly, for the first time in ages thinking of something other than Sirius and his betrayer, her mind circling all the way back to the now childish desire to find out what Hermione had been up to all year. Inconsequential now, as she had much bigger things to worry about, but did it have something to do with what Dumbledore had told them? 3 turns of what? Remus groaned. Clearly the others were just as confounded as she was. James' mind flipped back, remembering back to when Hermione had supposedly dropped a necklace. But what did that have to do with anything? You've got to be kidding me. Sirius finally broke first, and Harry glanced up to see all of them were a wall of shocked faces. He'd been so excited to finally come across what had been bothering him about Hermione all year. He hadn't even stopped to let anyone say a thing. Now he almost cracked a smile at how truly gobsmacked they all looked. Sirius wasn't done yet, though. She's actually been time traveling all year. That was her big secret. That's how she was getting to her classes. Merlin, she was using time magic to go to classes. He went from confusion to disbelief in seconds, clearly outraged now. She could have gotten away with how much trouble, and she was using it for homework. Ouch. Remus had smacked him, but Sirius' exclamation of surprise had seemed to be mostly that surprise. Remus was too busy laughing to have put any real force into the action. James wasn't any better. The 3 looked to have finally cracked and were now laughing like pure idiots. Lily was slightly frowning at them, honestly happy to see them laughing at all, but failing to find the humor. Though if she was honest, she wasn't surprised the first thing their minds had flickered to was how to cause trouble with a thing like this. But she was still far more concerned on how this was supposed to save Sirius' life, rather than thinking up ways to prank random people with it. She was still stuck on the fact that Hermione had it at all. Clearly McGonagall had given it to her, but was it really for the sole purpose of attending all those classes? She knew for a fact this wasn't a treatment all Hogwarts students received, though perhaps the invention may not have even been invented yet. She'd certainly never heard of a thing like this. Maybe Hermione was like a test run to see if all the students could handle a responsibility like this. Finally, though, she did, but well, if you lot are done still trying to cause mayhem where it isn't needed, I'd still like to see your arse live through the night. Sirius sobered up, giving her a little pout which was ruined by the glow in his eyes, since she just admitted she actually did care about him. James and Remus stopped more abruptly, minds at once going back to such a bleak future, and Harry really did want to tell his mom off for that. They just looked so happy again, and she'd reminded them of something he'd been so sure it would take a lifetime to forget. Now they were right back at it. Clearly the ideas of whatever had been running through their mind were tainted by the rat they used to include in every little thing. Lily bit at her lip hard as she realized the same thing and regretted her own actions now. She was just so worried about hearing the worst was going to happen. She wanted to hear Harry say the opposite so badly she hadn't really thought her comment through. The silence was back, though, and Harry decided to quickly keep reading now. James still couldn't help a wobbly snicker, swallowing hard to force back any remainder of pain. His son had lived with magic in his life for 3 years now, but this was hard to believe. "We've seen some weird dreams from you, Harry," Remus smiled lightly, "but not even you could make this up." "Gee, thanks," Harry smirked back. "I hate time magic," Sirius said at once, going cross-eyed at the thought, his mind finally flipping from the act of doing this to the act itself. Did that mean that Hermione had been in 2 places at once all year? When did she catch up with herself? Or did she just merge back into one person when her hour was up? Or was she living 2 parallel lives now, where the her that had gone back an hour to one class was living a different life than the her living this life now? Or ouch. He moaned out loud, rubbing at his temple. "My sentiments exactly," James grumbled, his brow ruffling up in confusion as he tried to work that out. "It's just hope Hermione explains it a little better," Lily muttered, shaking her head vigorously to get rid of her own train of thought. "The fact that she actually didn't tell Ron and Harry is almost insulting." Remus rolled his eyes. "They told her everything, usually whether they wanted to or not. Even if she flat out refused to use it for them for any reason, they still should have known she had something like that." "No, no, no," Sirius yelped, bouncing with each word and still looking cross-eyed. "You definitely need to explain this mess better. How on earth does the in 2 places at once thing work?" Lily was running her fingers through her hair in frustration as she tried. "Well, if she spun it back an hour to attend lessons, then continued on her normal schedule lining up with the boys, then it will be like she never left. Time would be on a permanent loop where she never really caught up with herself, because she'd always be an hour behind herself. She finished, looking just as confused as when she'd started, not at all sure if she'd explained that in any kind of logical way. The idea of time travel gave her all kinds of confusion, not just because one of the end results was her adult son sitting beside her, while the exact same boy at a few months old was upstairs. The boys still looked like they had a headache from thinking about it, but they weren't arguing the point either. "Don't correct him now," James scowled, rubbing at his eyes and nearly knocking his glasses off his face. "I'm barely keeping up with one of you. Don't ask me to make it too." "Glad I'm not the only one," Remus grumbled, his eyes unfocused as he tried to tie it all together and coming up with more questions about how this thing worked, what on earth kind of magic went into making this thing, and many more he knew he'd never get an answer to. Wait, what? It's not like they'd forgotten about Buckbeak exactly, but between everything else that had happened, he'd sort of just slipped to the back of their mind. Now the idea that Harry could go back and fix the injustice done to that animal was a great omen indeed of how this night could possibly go, and the hope was almost back. Harry sounded so excited, so assured this made perfect sense. He really hoped they were on the right track with this. Sirius gave a very happy giggle, going back to when Harry had first rode Buckbeak and how much he'd said he wanted to as well. Now that was his ticket out of there. This was clearly as close to perfect as he was going to get, and he'd take it. "Why can't they see themselves again?" James demanded. "Hermione would know what was going on at once and explain it, then get, themselves to help." "James, think about that for a second. What was your first reaction to someone popping up and telling you your future?" she said, indicating her head slightly to Harry, who was blushing as he realized the same. James deflated a bit and nodded his agreement, accepting that it would probably be more confusing and more harm than good by the time they tried to do any help. "Yeah," Sirius nodded in agreement, still looking a little spun around at this turn of events. He was grateful at the fortune Hermione had this to help him, but it was still blowing his mind such a thing even existed. He was a pureblood that had grown up with magic, and time travel was still giving him pause to consider. He was actually starting to pity Harry. "So she keeps saying," Remus grumbled, wondering how she'd stayed out of her own sight all year. Did the rule apply to her? Because clearly Lily's theory wasn't totally on track because Hermione hadn't set her time back yet, so she was watching herself who hadn't done it yet. "Wait, what?" "I'll weep the day he does close the door in your face," Sirius said quickly, a smug smile on his face. "Padfoot," James moaned. "I tolerate your stupid jokes the first time. Don't make me relive those as well." Sirius didn't look very repentant compared to how he'd felt the first time he'd heard this. Well, he wasn't exactly better now, but he was certainly more himself, and driving his friends crazy was one of the things to keep him going, keep his mind off of other things. "Yeah, I'm with Harry on that one," Remus nodded. Lily balked at the time frame that was being set up, but Harry read before she could make the comment. "I can't help but agree," Sirius frowned. "It's too bad you couldn't have brought your cloak back. Our Remus had it last right. So you left it out on the grounds when you went chasing after me, which means that probably Snape confiscated it or something." "That still wouldn't help them much," James disagreed. "There's too much else involved. They'd need a distraction or something in between them seeing Buckbeak and them sneaking him away." "Well, this should get interesting," Remus muttered. That left them all tensed and disgusted, unable to grasp any feelings they'd had at that name before except pure hatred. Harry refused to linger on it, though. He wanted to find out Sirius was okay too badly. "That wouldn't work," Remus interrupted. "You'd interfere with your own timeline, and you wouldn't find out what you did. You need to let those things play out at least, or who knows what will happen to you." Harry sighed, thinking he still should have come up with some other solution than just letting that rat get away all over again. But he also knew deep down keeping Sirius alive was more important, and he hoped he never lost sight of that. "Which still wouldn't go over that well." Lily shook her head seriously, but she had a feeling Hermione was going to explain, so she kept her mouth shut and listened curiously. "Both perfectly reasonable," Sirius said with a light smirk, both things having flashed across his mind days ago when he'd found Harry in the kitchen. "Yeah, I can see that being a problem," Remus said, with a slight frown. This didn't make him any happier because he was still waiting to hear how Harry and Hermione did work out how to fix everything, including catching that rat after they were sure Sirius would be okay. Harry, though, was thinking of something totally different, for the first time realizing that he was technically doing this now. He was messing with time magic by showing his family all of these things. Could he somehow possibly make his own future worse? Was he going to somehow erase himself? It was giving him a splitting headache to work all of that out, and since he didn't even have the answer of how he'd wound up here, he decided to save that for later. I am actually jealous of this, Sirius huffed, his earlier joke still standing. He couldn't believe Hermione had just been using this for schoolwork all year, the number of things you could be doing with something like this. He really wanted to know how new this invention was. Clearly there was a prototype going on, as this must be what his drunken memory couldn't remember. How many time magic projects could the Department of Mysteries be working on? You would be, Lily scoffed, rather on Hermione's side with all of this. People could do a lot more harm than good with this kind of thing. But since she could also see some practical applications in the right hands that weren't Sirius, or any of the marauders honestly, she didn't want to encourage them. They all flashed back to remembering how they'd felt so low the first time hearing all of this, their fear of the wrongdoing to Buckbeak, and how it still wasn't right. But at least now they had the absolute knowledge Harry and Hermione did have something to do about it. They were going to save that hippogriff. Because, that's a thing now, James said, shaking his head loosely to force himself to keep up. This time travel was still giving him a bit of a turn around. Why? Lily grumbled, not knocking anyone doing it so long as it was done, but still pointing out. Hermione at least would have been in less trouble if she'd been caught. You weren't supposed to be on the grounds at all. Harry just shrugged, saying, thought I could do it faster. He already knew me better, was kind of hoping he'd remember me. It's moments like that when magic really comes in handy, Sirius whispered to himself, having realized several times over Harry's first instinct was to muggle his way out of things, but a quick little charm to snip away the rope would have done that a lot faster. Oh, not now, Remus moaned, of all the times for this animal to get stubborn. Isn't that how working with animals usually goes? James huffed, going fidgety with unease all over again, not even able to stand the idea of Harry getting caught and Sirius still falling to his fate, having to put every last drop he had left into the belief Harry would come through and fix this via Buckbeak. He was still forcing his voice to come out as normal as usual, though, not wanting to freak anyone out as much as he was. They do exactly the opposite of what you want when you need them most. The others didn't need him to spell it out. They were all grasping just as much that Sirius' fate now laid in the hands of Buckbeak cooperating, so they didn't say anything further. Lily still couldn't help a little ooh of sadness. Even though she was twisting every last one of her fingers in hopes that wouldn't happen, what Hagrid was doing for his pet was the kindest thing. Sirius gave a slight sigh of relief. At least Dumbledore was still good for something. It's not Harry who's not hurrying, James huffed. That was still pretty dangerous, Remus couldn't help but mutter, shifting around uneasily. She could have gotten into his personal space without bowing, could have caused a lot more harm than good. Well, thankfully Harry was good enough, Sirius grumbled back. They all released a loud sigh of relief, never in their life having pictured the getaway of a hippogriff would mean so much to them. Ha! Sirius couldn't help a petty little triumphant shout of joy, thinking that Buckbeak getting away was just one of the things they would be worrying about tonight. Oh, Lily brightened. Well, thank goodness for that. She wished Harry had spotted this earlier. She would have felt just that little bit better knowing Buckbeak had never really died in any timeline. But she supposed it wouldn't have made her feel any better in the long run after what she had soon found out after the fact, so let it go. Noah, Lily cooed all over again, finding Hagrid's pet's loyalty to him speaking volumes for how the man really treated them, though his actions during this whole ordeal had said more than enough. Yeah, might just be better to try and tie him off to another tree, James frowned, thinking that both kids put together wouldn't even weigh as much as Buckbeak, let alone really restrain him. Why is that the first thing he thought of? Remus scoffed. Him untying himself makes much more sense. He's plenty intelligent enough to get out of his bindings, I'm sure. Normal horses certainly can. Plus, why would someone even steal him? You are asking the wrong people, Sirius pointed out. Glad someone thought of that, Sirius and James grumbled. Delayed shock or fear of getting caught, I guess, Harry muttered, thinking he probably hadn't looked much better. Don't actually want to watch that again, all three boys muttered, though thinking of three completely different things. Go ahead and mention that a couple more times, Hermione. I don't think he's quite gotten the message. Lily rolled her eyes. Sirius felt deeply torn, wanting to growl murderous threats for the next 12 years about that rat, yet lingering guilt still eating at him for having attacked Ron. His actions made perfect sense to him now, of course. He'd clearly been desperate after the little rodent had escaped him all year. But he didn't think taking Ron with him had really been the best move either. Nope, there it was. Guilt won for now. He'd half wished Harry and Hermione wouldn't get there in time to see this, because this was exactly what he'd been hoping Harry wouldn't receive. Yeah, I'm still with you on that one, son, James muttered, going slightly cross-eyed at the idea of literally watching yourself do something you'd just done that night. Thank you for the running commentary, Hermione. Remus rolled his eyes, thinking they could have worked that out for themselves. Well, Harry's not being much better. Sirius gave a forced laugh. Geez, that timing. James shook his head, very grateful it had happened exactly like that. If Harry and Hermione hadn't followed Ron down in time, things really could have turned out worse than they did, if that were possible. Ah, no, they all muttered with pure hatred at the idea, having no doubts he would have cursed Sirius as soon as anyone. He'd made that quite clear. Yeah, and that. Remus shuddered, feeling guilty at once he'd thought that of Dumbledore, but unable to come up with a way to take it back, so for now wanting to blame it more on the minister. The moon wouldn't have peaked by then. He transforms at the set time, not necessarily because of the moonlight, James corrected, since this was very clearly the last thing Remus wanted to talk about. Besides, Snape would never have brought him that potion so late. He'd bring it to him as early as he could, Lily reminded. Guess I didn't notice it, Remus muttered, thinking he'd had a million other things on his mind, then noticing something like that in the shadows. He wouldn't be seen. He's going out there to get the cloak to be unseen, Sirius pointed out without any real hope. Lily shook her head, though, pointing out it wouldn't really change anything. He still would have barged in there, except instead of waiting until after hearing Remus' story, he just would have readjusted things slightly. I'm sure everything still would have happened exactly the same. Still would save me the nightmares of him using my cloak, James shuddered. I still want to see Snape's timing cursed into oblivion, Remus growled. Oh well, Sirius struggled before still saying, if they hadn't argued about it, Harry still would have made it in time to get under the cloak and Hagrid never would have seen him. There really is no point to this, Lily sighed, waving Harry on. This time they all gave a little awe, this time of sadness though. For the first time realizing Buckbeak couldn't go back to Hagrid. His life may have been saved, but he'd been taken away from his owner in the process, which was pretty sad as well. They realized Sirius would be taking him to get away, but what would he do with him then? Set him free? Would he go back to Hagrid then? They really were thinking too hard about this, when each of them were far more concerned with hearing Sirius get out of this mess first, so no one really brought it up. Lily still couldn't help one last coo, wanting to go pet the poor thing. My sentiments exactly, James scoffed with a crinkled nose. Least we didn't have to relive that bloody conversation, James sighed, rubbing absently at his still aching chest, thinking he could never think about the shack again without the worst conversation of his life coming to the forefront. That's still a very good question, Sirius said bracingly, looking for anything to get James' mind off of that, even for just a second. James only pretended to look interested, still feeling lost, confused, betrayed, and 1,000 other things no matter how many times he accepted the fate of the rat. All 5 of them still gave a terrible shudder like they were trying to burst right out of their own skins. That was never going to get any easier hearing either. Well, come on, Remus prompted, wanting a real answer this time to keep his own mind on the here and now. Who did you think it was? Harry muttered, his eyes flickering to his dad, and away again. He didn't think anyone had noticed, but couldn't come up with anything to say. He was being stupid, of course. It couldn't have really been his dad. Right. Was it so crazy to believe, though, when another dead man had come back to life this night? Was it so absurd to think his father could have as well? Was it right that Peter Pettigrew was the only one to have done so? Deep down, though, in the recesses of his gut, he felt nothing, no confirmation, no reassurances he was right. But then again, he was still having mixed feelings about the last gut feeling he'd had about Sirius, so should he even really still trust that? He'd hesitated too long, and still hadn't answered, so with nothing to really say, he still read much to everyone else's disappointment. How bad could it be? Hermione was persistent, though, still asking who Harry thought he'd seen, and he finally admitted his dad. Harry had said all of this in such a rush no one had a chance to interrupt. But once he finally blurted out that part, he nearly spat out the end, and then cringed like he expected to be yelled at for it. Better that than the false hope trying to rear up in his heart, and the hollow echoes of everything else in him trying to warn him that wasn't true. James was actually the first to speak up, though. Having to get the words past a harsh lump in his throat, he still managed. "I'm sorry, Harry. I just don't see how that's possible. There's no reason in the world I wouldn't have been there for you long before this night." Harry winced. He'd known that to be true, but still he tried. "We never found out why Remus stayed away, maybe." But James cut him off with a steely glint in his eyes. "After what you heard from the Dementors." He still gave a terrible flinch at the reminder. "And even then, it's not possible. There's not a thing that would have stopped me coming to get you well before that night." "I'm sorry, son. You must have just been projecting." Harry sighed. He knew his dad was right. It just didn't make him any happier to hear. The others were all avoiding each other's eyes, or they were likely to burst into tears. And when Harry recognized, he was only making things worse, and he probably wasn't going to be having any more a pleasant conversation with Hermione about this, he forced himself to keep going in despondent tones. Hermione was watching him carefully as she reminded him his dad was dead. "Thank you, Hermione," Lily tried for a biting tone, but she came out more watery than she meant to, leaning in close to her son and keeping her eyes on her husband to make absolutely sure that wasn't true right now. Harry agreed at once, and when Hermione tried to ask if it's possible he'd seen something else, Harry insisted the man had looked like the old photos Harry had. That gave them a little bit of a pause. Maybe the person had resembled James enough. Harry's eyes weren't just seeing what they wanted, but some resemblance, but it still didn't in any way answer the question who on earth it could be. Hermione was still looking at him as though worried about his sanity. Sirius let out a noise like he wanted to snort, but it came out too runny. He still managed a half-hearted, "Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence." Harry admitted he was well aware how it sounded, but he still trailed off into silence. His mind locked on his dad's old three friends. Moony, Wormtail, Lily, and Harry at least tried to suppress their combined loathing and disgust at the mention of that name. But the boys couldn't even be bothered to do that, thinking the little rat had never deserved the title of a Wormtail more than in these last few hours, and yet regretting every second they'd ever even known him, to give him such a nickname that meant so much to them. And if they didn't keep listening to Harry, they were going to go into a frenzy all over again. And Padfoot, was it so unlikely Prongs had been here tonight as well? Despite James' words, it didn't make him feel any better. He knew he was right. There wasn't a force on Earth that should have been able to stop him getting to his son those long 13 years. And yet what he wouldn't give for that to be him, for some reasonable explanation to crop up like he'd been sharing a cell with Sirius or something. Anything really then, this constant bleak reminder he really wasn't there for his son. Wormtail Harry hated having to say that, feeling it came out as foul as the word mudblood, and he was the one struggling to say it. He didn't want to think how anybody else was going to have to react later if that name ever came up again. Had come back after everyone thought he was dead. Was it so impossible for James to have done the same? James couldn't help but sigh, beating furiously against a little spark of hope wanting to bloom in his chest. Hating himself if he was alive, wishing with everything he had he was, it was going to crack his heart in too soon. Sirius recognized this and leaned his weight against James, giving him a smile that plainly said, "I know exactly the feeling," at least making James feel just the smallest bit better. Had he really just been seeing things across the water, the person had been too far away to see properly. Lily wasn't the only one hoping now that somehow Harry would get himself into a position at the lake, properly see who all this fuss was about, bury the answer whatever it may be already, because this dragging out was going to drive her mad soon. Yet for just 1 second, he'd been so sure it was him. Remus made an odd noise, like he was trying to blow his nose quietly, which everyone politely ignored. Hours later, and Hermione was the first to speak again, whispering that they were coming out. Harry looked over and saw them all coming out again. "That's not the same order as last time," James pointed out, actually pleased to think of something else again. "I was just listing the lot of them that time, not saying what order they were in," Harry shrugged. Heading back to the castle, and then the clouds began to shift, making the moon appear. Remus still let out a hate-filled noise, like he wanted to chuck himself in the fireplace all over again, as this had been exactly what he hadn't wanted to relive so soon. He knew he would be for the rest of his life anyways, but Sirius gave him a hard nudge and a stern look stating quite clearly he wasn't going to listen to that this time, any more than the first, so Remus still had no choice but to let it go for now. Hermione was watching Harry tense up, still cautioning him he couldn't do anything, and Harry snapped back he couldn't just let Pettigrew get away again. James was grinding his teeth together so hard he was likely to be toothless here in a few minutes, but he couldn't help it. He'd have that image burned into his brain for his lifetime. The little rat scampering away into the dark without a glance back over and over again. And this was exactly what he hadn't wanted Harry to see all over again. Hermione demanded how Harry was supposed to find him anyways. "I can think of several options, actually," Lily snarled, then winced and tried for a more normal tone, and though she failed, she still kept going. "You could have gone up to Remus' office and snatched the map. You've snuck around the castle enough it wouldn't have been impossible, then grabbed him while waiting for Sirius to get put up." Harry just sat there gaping at his mother, as this hadn't crossed his mind at all. He'd spent the hour too busy going over that moment in his mind, trying to place those pictures he had of his dad to his memory and convince himself it was real. Now he realized not only how wrong the idea was, but he'd let up a perfect opportunity to catch the rat and put him away instead of Sirius going on the run. "Sorry, Lily, but I don't honestly think Hermione would have let him get away with that," James said quickly, anything to get rid of that look now on Harry's face. "She'd be too afraid of them getting caught, and without the cloak, there really was a big risk of it. They were stuck where they were." Harry at least looked a bit relieved and not nearly as guilt-ridden. Lily clearly hadn't meant to do it. She was just as frustrated as the rest of them and wanting to think of something to do rather than sit around and think about Sirius being kissed, all because of that traitor. But she wanted to take the words back as soon as they were out because of how Harry had instantly blamed himself for not thinking of that. Her son clearly had some issues with blaming himself for everything, something she really hoped he didn't carry all his life, or at least someone talked him out of like they were trying to. Remus made a guttural noise, hating how casual Harry actually managed to make that sound, still blaming himself no matter what anyone else said that this was all his stupid fault, but keeping it to himself enough all he received were looks for it this time, rather than another speech from one of his friends. "It's going to be fine," Harry quickly added on the second he'd finished that, watching Remus look likely to pass out again. "We're both fine, I promise." He winced and went to shaking nearly as badly as Remus, but both quickly forced themselves to settle down. Both coming to the realization getting past this was much more important than continued dwelling on it. They all released heavy sighs. It wasn't the best solution because Hagrid could be back at any time, unless he went down to Hogsmeade to continue getting drunk rather than the castle so they'd have a bit more time. But they'd still much rather Harry tried to get to the lake and see this mystery person rather than continue delaying. Remus gave one last terrible flash of what could have been before forcing it away, thankful he'd never even come in sight, or hopefully if the worst had happened, and he had come after Harry, Buckbeak would have been a better target. He'd hate to be the cause of Buckbeak's death, even more so when he realized that it would make it all the more difficult for Sirius to escape. But then he realized he just kept creating what-if scenarios and tried to shut his brain off. "Least someone's in a good mood," Sirius muttered. "Can't rightly blame her at some point," James said happily, perking up as he wondered if Harry was thinking what he was. "Thanks for the reminder," Lily muttered, still wanting to clutch up her son and never let him go for all the trouble he seemed to get himself into. "Yes," they all yelped, more than happy to hear this. James was right, of course. There was no way it was him. but at least they got to hear whoever it was. James still looked like he wanted to burst into tears any given second, what he would give to actually be there for both his son and brother in that moment of need, but unable to explain away just what couldn't be possible. Funnily enough, this wasn't making them feel better, as they now knew exactly where on the lake all of this was happening. There weren't too many bushes so near the water's edge, which meant the next time they went up to visit the school, they could never look at this spot again, and would instead feel yet another flood of memories that would drown them all. James couldn't repress a high-pitched, keening noise, throat tight as he desperately wanted to go for his wand, to do just once what Harry needed of him. Sirius wriggled as close as he could and put an arm around him, silently promising him it would be okay. Harry was safe now. It didn't erase the want, but it did make it bearable. They all went terribly stiff, wondering if possibly Harry and Hermione had accidentally somehow changed something. What would happen if that happened in Harry's past? Would he cease to exist in the time Turner's present? Time travel was making this a hooping headache, and Harry reading now was the only thing keeping them in their skin. Wah! Someone tried to interrupt, but Harry went from confused, and though he wouldn't admit it, disappointed to bright-eyed understanding as he kept going. Now that he fully understood what had happened, he just knew something spectacular was fixing to happen, something that meant the world to him. He did it, they realized, feeling the combination of shock at such a powerful shot of magic at his age couple with the still lingering smack in the face that he'd been the one to chase all of those Dementors away. Plus it wasn't James at all, but a very near look-alike. All of that left them with failed voices while Harry quickly read. Something finally stirred James out of his shock as he struggled to get out. "You did see me." "I saw the next best thing," Harry breathed, watching his dad closely like he feared at any second he was going to disappear in a mist of silver as well. For the first time really putting that goofy nickname with the proud animal, comparing the ghost of his father's animal to the man he saw now, and knowing he could finally treasure the image in a way he never thought possible. He'd been so desperate to find some part of himself in James, and now he had the best thing of all. James still looked likely to pass out or burst into tears any moment. He'd never felt such a combination of things in his life. Pride. His son had actually produced such a powerful spell to drive away so many Dementors. Shock and glee. It was his own animal he treasured so much. It was like he truly had been there for his son right when he really needed him. Sirius cracked. He had to stuff his fist in his mouth to stop himself ruining the moment the two were clearly having, but he couldn't help it. He caught Lily's eye and managed to get out. "You know, this means you can't call him Herr Bear anymore. He's not a rabbit or a bear or whatever the bloody hell that was supposed to mean. He really would turn into Prongs Jr. "Why do we keep you around again?" Remus demanded, watching all three of them give him annoyed looks, but Sirius either didn't notice or didn't care. He was still too busy laughing. "I'll call my son whatever I want to," Lily shot back. "Now shut it, Sirius, or I'm going to wish they'd left you in the stinking cell." Sirius didn't look very repentant. If anything, he just kept smiling wider. He was just so pleased at finally getting some form of good mood into him and keeping it. That gave them all a quick start. What else could happen tonight? "Okay, wait. Back up," Remus demanded, making a remind motion with his hand. "Are you telling me that everything you just did, you already did? And I'm going to do," Harry added on, going cross-eyed at the thought. "I guess that kind of makes sense," James muttered, scrunching up his brows. "It goes along with what Lily said about time being on a permanent loop, kind of. It's still giving me a headache to think about," Sirius grumbled, still trying to work out in his head how Hermione had been pulling this off all year. "She's not been nearly as quick on the draw as usual tonight," Remus pointed out, still rubbing at his temple as he tried to work out this mess in his head. "Leave her alone," Lily sighed, just wanting this night to be done with. "I haven't even gotten over my shock of that happening," Sirius agreed, nodding along vigorously. "No wonder you were so adamant about your ability to pull it off," Remus laughed. "Nope," all five of them muttered together. Sure, it made sense in context, but the actual act of doing it, being able to pull off the feat because he'd already done it, was still giving them mind spins. "What did he do now?" James groaned. "When did he get his wand back?" Sirius asked. "I must have still had it on me, otherwise he wouldn't have stayed suspended when I transformed." "You must have dropped it," James shrugged. and it took a few moments for the spell to wear off. I doubt they gave me a tour of the castle in the meantime, Sirius muttered, as anxious as anyone to hear himself go, well, not free, but at least free of that place. Does he carry that thing around with him everywhere? Lily asked in disgust. Least you've had practice with this once already, James sighed. Why did Hermione have to come at all now? Remus couldn't help but worry, not exactly wanting to leave her alone near the forest either, but worrying about how many people Buckbeak could hold. Normal horses are only expected to carry 2 maximum. There couldn't be that much room up there. It was better than losing time backtracking for her later. We were on a deadline, Harry shrugged. I am really curious who trained Buckbeak, Sirius couldn't help but say with admiration. I guess I can see Hagrid doing this in his spare time, but still, I can't imagine Hagrid could ride him very well. It would have had to be all-ground training. Perhaps some of the 7th years might have done it as a pet project, Remus offered with a shrug. Kettleburn had always been big on encouraging his students to do hands-on work with their favorite beasts. Harry couldn't help a quiet giggle, letting it form into full-blown laughter after a moment. He hadn't been able to indulge in it then, but the utter relief he felt, the assured feeling that Sirius was going to survive this night, was finally being lifted, and the shock crossing his features then had been comical. He couldn't even remember if he'd ever told Sirius the whole story of how he'd pulled this off. Genuinely surprised he wasn't restrained, Lily admitted. Even without his wand, she found it surprising he'd been free to walk the room. Had Dumbledore possibly done this for him after he'd been convinced? Boy, that's going to be a fun retelling. Sirius laughed right along with Harry's good mood now. You always did know it was better to ask questions later and roll with it for now, James nodded. Think I should just consider myself lucky he's not trying to throw me off and attack me, Sirius muttered, thinking it must be the same thing as it was for Hermione. Harry's presence was enough of an assurance for the hippogriff. I knew you cared, Harry chuckled, watching the shame reappear on his face now at that reminder. But having already been reassured it wasn't permanent, he tried to let that one go. Hopefully Ron wouldn't hold a grudge. Though he never was good at following orders, Remus muttered, shifting his weight around, as anxious as anyone to hear Sirius gone, and staunchly ignoring himself being left behind, and what could happen because of that. He deserved whatever became of it. He'd happily take the fall for Sirius. It was his fault that Sirius' name hadn't been cleared this night. For once, Sirius, listen to someone else's advice, Lily groaned, receiving an eye roll for her troubles. She couldn't help it, though. She almost felt like a fool as she remembered back before all this mayhem had really kicked into gear, back in the Shrieking Shack when Harry had reassured that no one died tonight. She should have remembered that, of course, that would extend to Sirius. Harry must have just been overreacting to the situation of hearing Sirius about to die. It couldn't possibly be a memory trying to return. Surely her son was just being as emotional as all of them at the thought. Harry blinked a few times before blushing deeply, now realizing that Sirius saying this could be given no higher praise. Sirius was still smiling at him, thinking he'd never said truer words, as he eyed the man now who so resembled his brother in every way that mattered. Harry finally released a heavy sigh of relief, closing the book and announcing, "Chapter was over. Think there should only be one left." Sirius looked so worn he didn't look like he wanted to hear any more. He still hadn't absorbed everything that had happened since that stupid prediction. It now made sense. He'd finally gotten his answers, and he hated every single one of them. He'd never wished so much in his life for something to not be true, to learn that even now he'd had to rely on Harry to get out of trouble rather than the other way around. He felt so useless and like he'd failed the lot of them for still having suggested the ruse in the first place that had set them all on this path. He was given a jolting distraction, though, by Lily taking to her feet, marching over to Sirius, and pulling him into a bone-crushing hug as she murmured, "Thank Merlin you're safe." He returned the hug indulgently, giving her a comforting squeeze as he promised, "I'm going to remember this the next time you're yelling at me." She predictably leaned back and smacked him for that, but there was absolutely no force to the blow. Sirius really did want to change the subject now, though, before anyone else could start trying to hug him, and was saved by Harry. "Can I see it?" he demanded eagerly. Harry couldn't help the tone, though. He was still blasted from shock. He'd been searching for something other than physical possessions that would concrete his proof that the man across from him was his father, looking for any kind of real connection, and he found it in his patroness. Of all the animals in the world, he had the fortune to get the same one as his own dad. James didn't even need to ask what he meant, as he got up and backed several paces away, and before Harry's eyes he began to change. It wasn't like watching Remus change, which had seemed horrifying and painful. James made it look smooth, as natural as breathing. As his face elongated, his clothes began to vanish, and with a small pop he was down on all fours and still managing to meet Harry's eyes. The stag was majestic. There really weren't too many other ways to say it. Even standing there in the middle of a dull living room, his dark black melanistic fur gleamed, though didn't quite cover everything, as he also had some white tracing from the tip of his nose and circling back in a mockery of the glasses covering his face. Even the dark, gleaming black eyes held familiar hints of hazel. The three tips sprouting out prominently from each prong had little bits of fuzz on them, giving him an almost cute look, despite the danger Harry was well aware that they could possibly run him through. Harry took a hesitant step forward, like he wanted to reach out and pet the fur much like he'd done all those years ago, except now to the real thing. But he didn't get the chance as a bark caught him off guard, and something even darker smacked into his knees. Not to be outdone, Sirius had transformed along with James, but had instead chosen to pounce on Harry in a fit of playful enthusiasm so that Harry could really see what they got up to in these moments. Harry took a few startled steps back before laughing at what he was seeing. It was the first time he'd seen the pooch in proper lighting, and he recognized he hadn't been exaggerating the size at all. Sirius was quite a huge beast in bulk, but the pink tongue lolling out the side of his mouth and the swishing tail gave every indication he may as well be looking at a puppy and not a bear. Padfoot looked far younger and healthier than Harry had memories of, properly weighted with gleaming fur as healthy as his real hair, and the calm grey eyes Harry had grown quite accustomed to looking at. Not to be outdone, Prongs wasn't letting him have all the fun as he nudged him in agitation, which Padfoot easily dodged and ducked down like he was asking to play. "Not in the living room," Lily scolded, walking past the pair to head for the stairs. "We don't need any more broken furniture. You broke the last one," Remus protested for his friends, which Lily ignored as she vanished. The two animals gave a very obvious pout persona before with a small pop they turned back into men. "That was so cool," Harry practically squealed, feeling like a little kid as he ogled the two. James and Sirius exchanged very superior smirks, more than pleased that they had impressed the boy like this, and for the first time in his life, James understood the feeling of how being praised by his son could feel. In case I didn't say it enough in this chapter, I hate time travel. I have hated every time travel plot I've ever come across, and before you can say it, yes, ever, single, one. Even my most beloved Harry Potter book. I can't help it. My overanalyze everything brain just comes up with too many questions that never get answered, and I just end in headache. This was my least favorite chapter of the whole entire series, even if the end results was Sirius getting away, and I'm sorry if that came across as lackluster, as I felt this chapter's reveal was. I want it to be better. I was just having major struggling issues, and I am sorry for that. But I don't know how to fix it either, because every time I tried I got caught up in more mind-bending questions. Yes, I do acknowledge this is technically a time travel plot line, but the one thing I will grasp on is when these kinds of things happen and changes occur. There will be an O after this, consequences to Harry messing with the past. What Harry and Hermione did blows my brains because of the permanent loop part, where it never ended, and it's still going, and there's a Harry and Hermione who are just now starting to go back just as they arrive and Gar. Hope you guys enjoyed the last part at least. Deers aren't naturally black, by the way, which is why James is melanistic, which means an unnaturally black animal, like the opposite of albino. I love fan art, and while I greatly admire the way other people do him as a natural deer, the other animagus we've seen seem to have their animals naturally resembling their human coloring. For example, McGonagall's tabby cat. Tabby only means black stripes on a cat, like McGonagall's black hair going grey. Also, please don't think I'm a total Dumbledore hater. I respect a lot of the hard decisions he had to make for the good of everyone. It's just easier to hate the face than a lot of the nameless, faceless people who also had to have interacted with the ministry and Dumbledore to make a lot of these things happen. I really don't have a lot of defense for what Sirius did, as it's clear he knew full well what he was telling Snape to go do, but I don't really think it should be counted as a full-blown attempt at murder either, because it's not like he forced Snape to go. He taunted him, like telling someone to jump off a building to quite bothering you. You shouldn't do it, but people are stupid, and Sirius shouldn't have his whole life ruined because of it. Since we never get the full story, from what I can gather, Sirius told Snape, if you poke the Whomping Willow, you'll see what we get up to, and Snape did. But James found out and stopped Snape, who still saw Remus transforming. I've shown several times that I dislike what Dumbledore's done, but this one thing really broke my heart. For the reasons I've stated, it's clear Sirius couldn't absolutely prove he didn't do it, but his evidence should have shown some doubt that he hadn't. Of course, we all know Sirius wasn't even given a trial to prove otherwise, but the fact that Dumbledore hadn't seemed to care one little bit just really confuses and bothers me about him. Chapter 22. Owl Post Again. Chapter text: special thanks to guest in Europe, who went through Poa and corrected me on my many mistakes in using homonyms. Your ever-growing sarcasm while peeling through my works never ceased to make me laugh, leaving a greater impact and hopefully fixing some of those mistakes in the future. As always, I genuinely appreciate so much when people do this, as it helps future readers not have to deal with my idiocies. Remus hated to be the one to get their attention, to remind them there was still a chapter left, but he figured they may as well get this all over with sooner rather than later. They'd have more than enough to be dealing with later as is. Lily came down the stairs with the baby, but decided to hand him over to James while Remus got started. The fact that you still somehow pulled all of that off is a miracle, Lily muttered. Sirius couldn't help but wonder if this was the same tower Hermione and Harry had been caught on with Norbert, and how much trouble he could have left his pup in if he was discovered helping him. They may be almost done, but he felt like his worries would never end. Remus ground his teeth together as he forced that out. He just couldn't believe anyone was okay with this punishment, that the minister had given his permission for it to happen. The only reason he wasn't still shouting about it was because Sirius had gotten away, but that didn't make what they tried to do feel any better. "Ha!" James snapped. No real humor to be found as he scowled at the book, though briefly distracted when his infant took advantage to their proximity and made a grab for his glasses. The father had a chore for a few moments getting them back from the tight little fists. Harry made some gagging noises as he theatrically clutched his throat at the thought. "Oh, he wouldn't," Lily frowned. "He can't hate you that much. Why would he hate you at all?" "I like to think Hermione may have just jumped to the wrong conclusion that time," Sirius agreed with his head cocked to the side. "He has no personal interest. What happens to me could be anything that's got him in such a good mood." "Madame Pomfrey will know you got out," Lily guessed, "and you could get into a cartload of trouble." "They can't prove anything," James said at once, bouncing around in unease because he knew how untrue that was. At least Snape would try to pin the whole thing on Harry, and since Fudge clearly liked him, this could turn pretty nasty. "Did it say anything about Dumbledore not seeing you?" Remus asked, because otherwise that really would have been impossible. "I think Dumbledore's okay," Harry shrugged. "He did know about all of this after all, we just couldn't let him lock the doors." Sirius was still cross-eyed as he tried to work out that Hermione and Harry had just left to save him. But now they were arriving and talking to Dumbledore because they just had. Man, he hated time travel. Because, that's a sentence that exists now. James rolled his eyes. Sirius cracked up laughing at that, imagining the poor kid's face when they had to explain all of that to him later. "I believe that," Remus nodded in sympathy. "Think it's kind of moot by this point," Lily shrugged, "since it's technically been, almost 4 hours since that run-in with the Dementors, and since Harry warded them off the second time, Harry never even got a second blast." "Please stop," James moaned. "I've only just wrapped my head around this, don't make it worse." "Just let them enjoy the chocolate in peace," Remus agreed. "Who wants to bet it's some new horror?" Remus sighed, trying to imagine what else could have happened tonight to cause that. "Oh, come on, Remus. Now you're just depressing me." Sirius tried to give a light laugh, though admittedly on the same page as him. They couldn't help it. They all started laughing at once. Sirius had just gotten the best of Snape, and the man didn't even know how. He just had every last bit of false glory snatched away from him, and he deserved every second of it for what he tried to do to Sirius. Only Lily felt the tiny spot of pity. As he didn't know any better, he thought Sirius really had done all of those things, but what he tried to do wasn't forgivable. He could have listened to them, which she knew he never would, shouldn't have been out there in the first place. He'd only gone out to torment Remus. So even she couldn't help giggling a bit at this comeuppance. Yeah, they should have. Sirius rolled his eyes. But thank Merlin they didn't. James finished for him. I think Dumbledore might have had something to do with that, Remus said without any of his usual warmth in speaking of their old headmaster. No one argued the idea, but they all noticed his tone, but he kept reading quickly before they could ask. Well, he's not wrong, Harry smirked. But still, Lily shook her head at just how stupid and sad this display was. His first thought is to jump to you. He doesn't even know why you'd help him. He has no idea about any of this, but his first instinct is to blame it all on you. They still can't prove anything, Remus grinned, as Harry and Hermione had the perfect alibi now. 5 scowls were aimed at the book, though. That bit of violence really was uncalled for. Remus and Harry gave a happy little laugh. They found the headmaster's attitude perfect with their own, but nobody else still looked very pleased with him, still working out and wanting answers from him before they'd allow any good feelings to surface again. Yeah, 'cause he's really going to tell you, James rolled his eyes. Best part is he's actually right, Sirius cackled. Those were always the best moments, Remus agreed with an old smirk. When he'd try to catch us at something, and he'd be the one telling the truth, but we still got off. His face fell at the end, old memories of the 4 of them laughing about this all day after the fact, and unable to picture that without going bloodthirsty again, so moving on fast. Least he admits it now, Lily huffed. Remus full-blown laughed as he realized Dumbledore had just told Snape what Harry and Hermione had done. And yet, in such a tone, they all knew it wasn't possible. They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't just heard Harry's account. Harry also got the realization that somehow Snape had been left out of the loop of Hermione's time turner. Otherwise, he would have thrown that out. Maybe Harry had been wrong before, and Flitwick hadn't known about Hermione's secret either. Flitwick just hadn't questioned Hermione missing 1 class from her perfect attendance, so McGonagall probably had been the only teacher to know about it. Goodbye, Order of Merlin, Sirius sneered. Harry couldn't help a small frown, wondering why that felt foreboding to him. Disappointment, Lily nearly shrieked. He wanted to watch Sirius be. Well, murder would have been kinder. Gee, thanks, Lil, Sirius grumbled. Oh, you poor thing. James snapped, his dislike of this minister growing more with every time he spoke. Every time he'd been mentioned, all he'd seemed to care about was what the prophet, and by extension, the public would think of him. He may be in his rights to do what had happened so far, but it didn't make any of them like him one little bit. Thank you, they sighed in relief, thinking that if one good thing had come of tonight, it was that. They didn't even care about the reason. Even if Harry did know how to get rid of them now, the last thing they wanted was him going near them again. Now, how did he know about that? Harry asked in surprise. He'd certainly not told anyone, and Sirius didn't even know. He'd passed out too soon to even tell Dumbledore, and Snape had shown up too late to see that. Remus did not look happy to answer, but he hated talking about Dementors at all, so that wasn't new. Dementors can, communicate, but it's not something pleasant at all. When they wish to, they can string together thoughts in your head, putting together what they wish for you to understand what they're telling you. It's unnerving to say the least. Honestly, though, I'm surprised they would admit to doing it. Sirius offered back. Well, the Dementors don't have any sense of loyalty to the Ministry, and as Hagrid says, they don't care about innocence, so telling Fudge that they were going to perform the kiss wouldn't have stirred any sense of guilt in them. Harry was in the way of their mission, so they were just doing what came naturally to them. He couldn't help but stutter for a bit right there, the vivid mental image still trying to suck the soul out of him now at his little pup in that situation. They were probably just told to report what had happened, why they'd come after me and why they left, and they did. Harry nodded in understanding, but still asked for more. How did they know to come out there, though? Snape nor anyone ever got a chance to call for them. James despised every last word he was using. It only served as more of a reminder of how long Sirius had to be there for this to be true, but he still offered. They say if you're around a Dementor enough, it gets a sense for you. It can tell when you're nearby. That's also why they were even used as guards over just, say, auras. They didn't know about Sirius being a dog, so the Ministry would have figured the Dementors would sense him approaching miles before he got there. Now Sirius has been a dog all year, so they wouldn't have been able to tell that. But he came out of the Whomping Willow as a human talking to you, and the second he did that they would have sensed him and come swarming. He finished with one more great shudder, still feeling sick all over at the thought of this topic. Harry decided he was out of questions for now, still knowing he'd much rather never have to deal with those things again than keep coming up with questions for them, but also trying to ignore the feeling saying that was wishful thinking. Sirius groaned, something unintelligible that none of them needed to translate. They all agreed anyways. They really hoped Fudge was kidding. Least someone would, Remus laughed. Oh boy, Lily muttered, not exactly looking forward to hearing this story explained again in detail. She barely held it together the first time around. Actually, that one's a valid question, James frowned, getting a little twitchy as he realized they may not be as in the clear as he'd hoped. Remus hadn't exactly slipped his mind, but as Sirius problems had been slightly more pressing, he hadn't thought about it since Remus was last mentioned. Now he realized there was still a fall guy around, and it wasn't Harry. Snape himself had said he would try and get Remus kissed along with Sirius, but while Sirius had made a run for it, Remus would probably wake up somewhere in the forest and come stumbling back up to school into the waiting arms of Merlin knew what. Remus hardly looked concerned. He just gave a half-hearted shrug and tried to keep reading in the most nonchalant way possible. He'd already worked all of that out and knew he wouldn't have a problem dealing with those consequences. Someone other than Sirius deserved them, and because it was Remus' fault he'd gotten away, Remus would pay for it and wouldn't let his friends dwell on it any more than he could allow. Wherever the nearest non-extradition country is, I would hope, Lily muttered. James still gave a happy little smile at that reminder, beaming down at his infant son and cooing to him with pleasure. Can't imagine how well that worked out, Sirius snickered. That could have still been appropriate. Remus chose to laugh now, happy laughter for his friend. Wasn't actually a problem. Harry gave a slight laugh, worried that Remus' good mood had vanished the moment his name came back up. Harry was very torn. He wanted to ask how Remus would even know such a thing. Was it just like a feeling he would get? Vague memories that wouldn't make sense, and he had to piece them together. He held that in, though, the same fears as everyone else bubbling up because they really wanted to know what had happened to Remus. Snape told the Slytherins what. Sirius began dangerously, his eyes narrowing to near slits as Remus tried to keep going, ignoring his own mounting sense of doom at how this was starting. He did not. James roared, his hands shaking so bad he was in danger of dropping his child, who began crying at the outburst. James tried to force himself to calm down, rocking his baby gently, but the shaking wouldn't stop. He'd been so angry at hearing all of this for so long now, he should have had plenty of practice. But hearing what Snape had just done to one of his friends was not going to be an easy thing to move past. I am going to kill him. Sirius vowed right then, his eyes going dangerously dark and his hand already wrapped around his wand. He couldn't have my soul sucked away, so he turns on you. What's he trying to do? Get you arrested next? Remus tried to pacify them, as Lily and Harry weren't looking much better. Honestly, I'm considering myself lucky Hagrid's not yet saying I've been executed. I'll take this over. Snape had better have been fired for that, or so help me I'll wring Dumbledore's and Snape's neck. Lily cut him off with pure venom. That was private information that in no way affected anyone at the school. He should not be able to get away with that. It's probably Dumbledore who stopped the committee for the control of dangerous creatures coming after me the moment Fudge made it to the Ministry, Remus argued back, shrinking into the couch at the looks he was getting. He kept going, though. He'd always been the persistent one. If that's all Snape could get away with doing to me, then I'll still be thankful. That's it, you're going on the chopping block next, Sirius snapped, unable to comprehend how Remus was still defending them. He'd been targeted as much as Sirius this year, and still he was straining to keep peace. Remus didn't look happy about it, though. He was wavering terribly as he struggled to keep going. He was still torn apart inside, what Dumbledore seemed to have done to Sirius in leaving him in Azkaban. How it must have been his headmaster who had convinced Remus Sirius had done all of those things in the first place. But still, it had also been Dumbledore who'd allowed him his job this year, who was clearly still protecting him from the worst of what could happen. Dumbledore had tried to fix his mistake and had helped Sirius in the best way he knew how by giving Harry and Hermione the means to slip Sirius out. Shouldn't that give him some redeemability? Despite how fearsome everyone still looked, Remus kept going while the silence lasted. Packing, Harry repeated, looking just as shocked as anyone at hearing the news. Why, you aren't really leaving because of that? He better not be, Sirius snapped when Remus failed to answer. Truth was that, yeah, Remus could see it. He'd come closer in that night to attacking 3 students, one of them being Harry, than he ever had in his life. It had been his fault the rat had gotten away, because he hadn't had the sense to stay in the shrieking shack. The kids were convinced enough they could have come up with any other solution and dealt with this in the morning, anything other than what he actually did. Still being smothered with guilt, Remus kept going for now loudly, as he knew James and Lily were fixing to start telling him off like Sirius was going to. He wanted to hear the full thing, find out if he had quit, or was being fired, or something much worse could still be happening that Hagrid didn't know about. Hagrid just lost some points with me, James muttered, thinking that Hagrid should be at least a little more upset, but then he reflected that may be too harsh on him. Hagrid had only gotten the story second-hand, probably didn't know all the details of how and why Remus was out on the grounds like that. It still irked him. Anyone would expect Remus to leave because of this. Remus sighed. He'd gotten the feeling Harry would come and see him. It didn't make him feel any better, though. He owed Harry a world of explanations. Even with everything come clear about Sirius, it still didn't really explain where in the name of Merlin he'd been these past 13 years. Maybe now that he wasn't technically Harry's professor anymore, but an old friend of his father's, he could explain just a little bit more. That joke never got old, Sirius muttered, as they'd done that to each other all the time, though with more spirited fun of hiding behind a doorway and trying to freak out the others. It only served as yet another painful reminder, though, that the rat had fallen for that trick the most, and often retaliated by trying to shoot a curse at them, no matter how many times they repeated it, and it had always been funny. Great. Now he couldn't even think on his map without getting a cold and murderous chill. Clearly seeing something was bothering Sirius, Harry quickly asked, "I've just thought of something. If Remus was watching us all night, how come he wouldn't have seen me and Hermione twice on that?" Remus did a double take at Harry, nodding and saying, "Now that's a fair question, but I think it was the timing of it all. I would have turned on the map at about the time I was done with my own exams to watch you lot head down to Hagrid's. We know Hagrid's hut itself can't actually be seen on the map, so the doppelgangers wouldn't have been seen any more than the original trio. When you guys left, the second Harry and Hermione would have been following along in the edge of the forest of their own progress, perhaps still just out of sight of the map's range. By the time Sirius collided with Ron and dragged him, and he grimaced for a moment, but still managed to get out the name without biting his tongue off, Scabbers Underground, I would have been sprinting out the door and probably not paying too much attention to anything anymore. He looked around like he was expecting someone to argue with him, but when no one did, he concluded. The only instance where I possibly would have seen them both was when Harry and Hermione are first in the closet after they've time-turned back, and the trio were on their way down to Hagrid's. The only way I can explain this is that I hadn't opened the map to see this yet. Makes as much sense as anything that happened that night, James snorted. Remus, Lily snapped. You're being ridiculous. How so? He shot back, trying for a pleasant tone. How are you not trying to strangle me and agree with me? I nearly bit Harry. I could have killed those kids because of my oversight, and what if it happens again? I won't let some accident hurt anybody, and Sirius won't be around next time. But that was, James tried to add, but Remus was being adamant. A one-time event, but what if it happened again? I'm actually happy I'm not taking the risk. The others were at their wits' end with him, but what could they do? They couldn't force him to keep the job. It was just maddening that something like this had been taken away from him. Remus was a good teacher, by far the best one Harry had yet in that subject, But more than that, it would have just been nice for him to be on hand more for whatever mayhem Harry was clearly going to get into. It was hard enough for him to keep down a job, especially one as good as this. James and Sirius still blamed the rat for this happening, linking Remus' fall from his certainty in the job to his interference, yet another thing he'd ruined in their life. Lily couldn't help but blame Severus. He'd gone and told everyone about this for a petty justice he thought he deserved. The students would tell their parents, and Remus would be terrified of what the public would think of him, and he'd lose every last drop of faith he should have in himself. That potion was good for him, but she couldn't begin to imagine how expensive it was, plus Remus wasn't that good at potions himself. So this all meant he was probably going to go back to a relatively closed-off and pained life. Remus had been very right in saying Sirius wouldn't be around to help. With any luck, he'd left the country and wouldn't be coming back until his name was cleared. Harry was the most monstrously disappointed, still grumbling, "But you're the best defense teacher I ever have." He still meant it with the utmost sincerity. He didn't need his memories to reinforce that assured feeling. It would have been even better now that he knew of Remus' connection to his father, and with Sirius gone out of the country with any luck, he would have liked someone closer by, but he wasn't getting anything from that. With the gentlest of prodding, he tried to deduce that he never got that close to Remus. He didn't even think he'd remained in his life all that much, which just wasn't adding up with what he felt now. It left him confused and hurt, and still he couldn't help but think that he never got an answer for this. Remus, though, was thinking on something else, that maybe if he was lucky he had quit for a totally different reason than his lycanthropy. After all, if his assumption was right, and Dumbledore had convinced him of Sirius' actions, then everything had come out properly. Well, that meant that Remus would have turned on Dumbledore. If he was lucky, he may well have stood up to the headmaster and said something about it, maybe quit in some shot of spite for what he'd been convinced of. That may have been giving himself too much credit, though. He'd proved time and again he'd back Dumbledore's play no matter what. He didn't really want to keep bringing the idea up, but he wanted so badly for it to be true he offered that to the others. Sirius actually smiled. He rather liked that idea of Remus telling off the headmaster. When no one else put up an argument for it, Remus decided to keep going. Always a good idea, James sighed, still not happy, but willing to hear Remus out. Even if the map showed no one else there, I wouldn't put it past half the paintings in that school to go chatting. That at least gave them all a shot of relief. Whatever wrongdoings Dumbledore had done to Sirius, at least he'd made up for them in that action of protecting Remus. He had been at Hogwarts on Dumbledore's orders, so he'd better have stood up for him. Sirius knew he would have wound up in Azkaban all over again if he heard otherwise. Clearly not hard enough as he's still breathing, James snarled. Lily began swearing colourfully under her breath all over again, unable to believe he'd done something so horrid and cruel. Snape had better have been fired for that as well. It just wasn't right he could get away with doing that to Remus. Remus couldn't help but notice how he hadn't actually answered Harry's question, maybe giving him a little more hope for his own idea, but it still wasn't enough. It would never be enough for what he owed Sirius for believing that lie, but if leaving this job, and with any luck actually helping Sirius now, perhaps spending his now free time looking for the rat while Sirius was safe, then he'd take the trade any day. "They can bite me," Sirius snapped. Remus had gone to school with most of those people. Dumbledore should have pointed out to all of them that Remus wasn't dangerous, stuck by his professor as much as he'd surely done for Snape when he'd been hired fresh as a Death Eater. He really wished Harry had sat in on that conversation, because if Dumbledore hadn't done everything in the world to convince Remus to stay, then he was going to have a shit fit all over again. Or ever will have, Harry still agreed. "Maybe it won't be permanent," Lily offered hopefully. "Maybe once that rat is caught, and Sirius' name is cleared, maybe Remus will get it through his thick head he's needed at that school." Everyone else wanted to look like they believed that, but the fact that Harry didn't add anything, but instead just gave a slight frown, wasn't encouraging. They all sighed, grateful, and at least agreeing that if Remus had to leave, at least he'd left with something good behind him. Harry couldn't resist the bright smile that crept over his face all over again. Words didn't describe how happy he was his patroness had been his own father, that he'd finally gotten to see the magnificent animal that had spent countless nights protecting his brother from himself. He still couldn't help but wonder, though, if he was an animagus, he'd clearly be a stag as well. But what would he look like? So similar to his father that they'd hardly be able to be told apart even then. I thought you pocketed that in the shack. Lily frowned. Don't look at me, Remus frowned, as that had been the last time he'd heard it mentioned as well. Maybe I found it on the grounds and put it in there, Sirius shrugged, that being unlikely as he didn't really think he could spot that from the air on Buckbeak, but he also liked the idea that he wouldn't have just up and left without saying goodbye to Remus. Maybe he had thought back to Remus and found him after he transformed and dragged him back to the shack and found the cloak along the way. Maybe he'd wanted to make sure Remus woke up with a friend at the end of his bed one last time before he had to leave for how long. It didn't sit right with him if he really hadn't considered Remus at all after his own freedom was offered. Asterisk, hopefully the good kind, James added on happily, thinking it was high time his son used that for its intended purpose. Lily didn't even disagree anymore. She'd happily take hearing her son pull some goofy prank rather than constantly worrying about his life at this point. Well, he's got you there, Sirius agreed with a real laugh. I can't deny I'm disappointed it took you 3 years, and you didn't even find the first on your own, James sighed, wagging his finger in mock scolding at his son, causing him to laugh all the harder. So that's actually your tank then, Lily muttered. Why do you even have that? For fun, Remus rolled his eyes at her. He was known to randomly catch wild animals and study them before releasing them again. He actually had a niffler at his house right now he was most likely keeping in that tank, though thankfully, as they lived off of dirt, and he'd left plenty in there, he wasn't worried about it going hungry. Though still disappointed and argumentative on the subject that Remus should keep his butt right where he was, the others noticed for the first time Remus was acting a little odd around Dumbledore as well. Maybe Remus' idea wasn't all that crazy. Harry couldn't help but frown. He had a bad feeling he wasn't going to be seeing Professor Lupin for some time, and it wasn't making him feel any better. That's not your fault at all, the four of them all tried to say at the same time, making Harry try to shy away at so many people half yelling at him at once. Remus, James, and Lily gave a quick pause when they realized they'd startled him, but Sirius kept going. Harry, you must realize that wasn't your fault. What were you supposed to do? I even went back in time and couldn't do anything about it, Harry shot back, still frowning deeply, wishing he could have taken Hermione's time-turner and still tried something. What am I, chopped liver? He demanded right back. It still stung that Harry had to rescue him at all when it should have been the other way around. Yes, he was eternally grateful, but he should be the one protecting Harry, not causing even more problems with his life. Still, he kept up his point. You did exactly what you were expected to do. Help out my sorry ass. Now come on, pup. I'll get upset all over again if you're really going to be stubborn on this. Harry couldn't help a light laugh then, surprised that he actually did feel better. If Sirius didn't blame him, the one person who'd been most affected by the rats getting away, then maybe it really wasn't his fault. Remus and Lily smiled, pleased Sirius had gotten through to him, but James couldn't help that feeling again. Something he'd never felt before wanting to make an appearance, like he should have been the one to comfort Harry about that. Why would it bother him now, though? Sirius was doing just fine. Oh, wow, Remus muttered. Yeah, I forgot all about that, Sirius said, with some real annoyance. She really couldn't have thrown a name into that stupid prophecy. Some other clue that would have made his life a lot easier to cope with. Even if he had been the one to convince the others this professor was a real seer, he now probably disliked her the most of all. Harry couldn't help a little snort, at least the headmaster admitted it. Harry gave a terrible shiver at that remembrance, and he wasn't the only one. Now that Sirius wasn't having his life ruined by that, he considered all of the words all over again, and felt bile curling his stomach as he realized how true that felt. It wasn't real though, right? Voldemort wasn't really going to come back, all because of that rat. At least now he didn't really think it was his fault, but he got the feeling no one had really convinced him of that in his own time. The others weren't feeling much better. They recognized Trelawney had clearly made a real prediction, but maybe they were lucky and it wasn't being literal. Maybe he wouldn't really come back, but... and they couldn't really think of any other way that could mean. Well, hopefully it still wouldn't have to deal with Harry, right? That could take years to happen, and Harry was safe here with them now, so they really didn't want to linger on that long. Harry felt a little stirring in him, wondering why that felt significant. He remembered back to feeling he would be grateful he kept Trelawney's class, and he wondered if it had been because of this prediction about the rat and Voldemort, but he didn't really think so. Was it because of this other prediction then? Why would he care about that? With any luck, because he knows Voldemort coming back is never going to be a problem, James muttered. Oh, Harry, James quickly said this time, frowning slightly at him. You can't really believe that one. You showed him mercy. That's a lot more kind than he deserved. They were still his actions, though, his decisions. Not one thing would be linked back to you. I'm still grateful you did as well, Sirius quickly added while Remus nodded vigorously. If we had murdered him, then who knows, maybe I never would get my name cleared, because that rat couldn't admit to anything he did. I may not have been able to prove that was his body, but I'd done something to it to make it look like him. No, we needed him alive. Harry had to chew on that for a moment before he nodded, finally admitting that while he would always feel guilty Peter got away, Sirius had been kept alive, and that was the important part. He nodded his agreement, and while Sirius and Remus looked happy enough to move on, James couldn't help a lingering frown, a tickle of annoyance that yet again Sirius had gotten through to Harry while he hadn't. Which is a hell of a lot more than he deserves. James still couldn't help but snarl, wishing they could change the subject again already, as the longer this dragged on the more agitated he got. Something which will bite both of them in the arse, Remus said pleasantly, hoping Harry would stay well away from that, but enjoying the irony for as long as he could. Like when I saved you, Lily added on. That wasn't a spell. It was an action that created magic, not something you can or can't do on purpose. Harry was still frowning, hating to think he had any connection to that rat for what he did, but he leaned a little closer into his mother anyways and let it go for now. Harry considered that for a moment and realized that Dumbledore may have been speaking the truth. He had no idea why. It was a very faint feeling, but something in him was agreeing with Dumbledore, and he hoped it was worth it. James sighed and looked away from everyone. He still didn't know what he'd do when the time came and they could leave this place, when he knew for a fact Sirius and Remus might still go and act on that now before the rat even saw it coming. Would James join them? Would he try to stop them? Or would he stand by and do nothing, which would be just as bad as either option? He hated himself right then for not wanting Peter dead for what he did to them, but he still couldn't bring himself to want his death either. And yet when he looked him in the face again, would that still be true? Wormtail, one of his brothers. Maybe Dumbledore was right, but it didn't make him happy either. Nope, that never gets old. Harry smiled brightly, trying to catch his dad's eye as they were all well aware of the battle warring in him right now. None of them feeling they had a right to make the decision for him. He had to come to grips with that on his own, just like before. Harry did want, though, to keep his mind on something more pleasant until then, so he kept going even though his dad wouldn't really look at him. I never get tired of hearing that. Makes me happy every single time. James heard that all right, and gave him a bright-eyed look right back. Remus still couldn't read that without a hitch in his voice, the news never getting easier to hear, the act that had caused it now more fresh and disturbing than ever before. But James was still distractedly smiling at his son, and so Remus kept going past that. James was so giddy he was nearly bouncing, because that's exactly what he'd wanted. Even if it had only been in spirit, he had been there for his son when he'd been needed most. Sirius could give all the advice he wanted. At least James had that. His brain gave a quick little pause, realizing what he'd just thought, and for the first time understanding what might have been bothering him, but then he got distracted by Sirius blurting out, "Ah, what? How did he know about prongs?" Remus was frowning down at that, wondering if perhaps he'd finally told Dumbledore. "Oh," Sirius shrugged. "Guess I really did tell him everything." "Well, I suppose that's a good thing at least," Lily sighed. This also meant that Dumbledore would also know about the rat's animagus as well. He'd be much easier to find with Dumbledore and Remus looking for both personas of the traitor. Harry and James were beaming at each other, more happy than they'd ever been that they at least had this to identify with to each other, something that couldn't just be put down to a genetic look or old possessions. Harry truly emulated his father right then and forever with that one simple spell. That seems to be a running theme for you. Remus rolled his eyes. You getting caught up in the mess, and at the end of the year everyone else trying to catch up. I'd like to think that if anyone did guess that well, they put Trelawney out of a job. Lily laughed. Oh boy, Sirius groaned, his eyes narrowing with distaste. Now that he realized his own life had been saved because of that hippogriff, he felt insanely protective of the beast, which made Malfoy's actions this year all the more loathsome to him. Ha! Remus snapped, happy that Malfoy hadn't actually been able to get away with anything this year. Oh, great! James groaned in disgust. He already didn't like this one. He really didn't want to hear any more failing statements about his brother now that he knew the absolute truth. Lily, on the other hand, couldn't help but be interested. While she would curse anyone who tried to use those on Sirius, she could think of plenty of other people those could do some good towards. Percy was clearly a smart and ambitious boy. She did want to hear these things and see how they could be put to use. All four of them couldn't help but be in absolute agreement with him. Between Remus leaving, Sirius still being on the run, and the rat's escape plus the horrid rise and fall of hope of wanting more than anything for James to have been alive, this was by far the worst year for them to have lived through. I'd prefer the werewolf, Sirius grumbled with distaste. Remus couldn't get that out completely coherent. He may agree with his friends. The rat's actions had nothing to do with Harry's decision. He'd done the right thing, but it didn't erase the black hatred he possessed whenever the name was mentioned, whenever he realized all over again what he'd become and what he was going to do to James, Lily, and Sirius. Oh, Lily moaned, placing her face in her hands and nearly bursting into tears all over again at that. In the following events that had led her to worry about Sirius' life, she'd almost forgotten about that horrid reminder, but now it was back full force. It just wasn't fair that this had been ripped away from Harry and Sirius, that he was forced back with those horrid excuse for people. His return would be made all the bitter because of what that rat had done, his hand being the one to wrench all of that away. Sirius couldn't help but wriggle with displeasure. Of course he wanted that too, to be that missing piece of James for Harry, but it hurt terribly that he'd have to play the role at all. James should be there for his son, to be the scolding parent and happy-go-lucky father all in one, while Sirius could be the goofy uncle and help him get away with everything. James couldn't help in that moment leaning away from Sirius slightly. Of course he still wanted Harry away from the Dursleys. Of course he wanted Harry to have a proper home life, but it still didn't erase his rising fear that he was only just beginning to realize he had. Not impossible, Lily said at once, watching all of them take several steps back in their mood with displeasure. It just might take a little more time. What they wouldn't give for Harry to even have gone on the run with Sirius than go back to Privet Drive, after the cupboard and starvation, and whatever else Harry wouldn't speak about. Anything Sirius could provide would be better than that. I didn't even know he could do that, Harry admitted. It was just a guess. Well, I'm not really sure, but I wouldn't be surprised either. Remus couldn't help with some blistering hatred still lingering as it was made clear Snape still had his job. Sirius couldn't help a low whine of fear. He'd been afraid of this, but now his earlier joke had come back, and it wasn't nearly as satisfying as he'd thought. He'd been so sure that he and Remus could step in and Harry would tell them whenever Snape did something to horrible, and the two of them could tell Snape to shove it for Harry. Now neither of them were around, and Harry was the only one left to take the fall for all of Snape's built-up hatred, and it just wasn't just. Lily's throat vibrated. She made such a scathing noise. She wanted to jack-slap him all the way to the Whomping Willow, and let that tree finish off the rest of him. She was so sick of him. She thought he'd hit his low in calling her that word back in 5th year, and she just kept being proven how wrong she was, but the hurt had stopped chapters ago. Now she was left with simmering hatred that was going to boil over on him the second she could. How would they know that? Remus chuckled in surprise. They wouldn't get the results until summer. I have no idea, Harry said, blinking in shock as well. I suppose with their dad being in the ministry, maybe they got a heads up that they at least passed a few and just guessed the rest. I just remember them talking about it is all. Well, good for them anyways, Lily sighed, finding at least one thing to smile about again. All 5 of them gave great sighs, wishing the story would just end there, wanting more than anything to move to the part already where the most eventful part of Harry's next year of school would be him reading in the paper about the capture of the rat and Sirius arriving on the next holiday break. The fact that Remus kept going just wasn't giving them any pleasure, and they didn't see how it could. What? Are you telling me she actually got tired of being tired? Sirius rolled his eyes. And she still got a perfect score. James balked. But she didn't even use it for anything fun. Remus couldn't help but whine. She had that thing for a whole year and only used it on homework. Well, I'm happy to hear that, Lily sighed. That poor thing needs more of a break. If she went another year like that, I'd be even more worried for her. That at least gave them a little chuckle again. Yes, Ron clearly knew exactly what he was doing. I'm sure he gets enough of a lesson at home, Harry corrected, fondly remembering most conversations with Mr. Weasley started or ended with something to do with muggles. It's what? All four boys perked up like the sun anew. Lily couldn't help a girlish giggle at that. She would hear about 20 more Quidditch matches than the disaster of a year she'd just lived through. Oh, please, Harry, I'm begging, tell me you go, James moaned, clasping his hands together as if in actual prayer. Sure hope so. Harry nodded back eagerly. He had a very good feeling about this. With any luck, Ron wouldn't have mentioned it without having some way to listen in as well, Remus pacified, his own eyes lighting up with hope at the possibility. That's even better, Sirius practically squealed. Can you imagine hearing about an international game through Harry? He'll get to see the professionals at work. Oh, glory, I think I'm going faint. And he was actually jittering around so much he may not have been joking. Relax, Padfoot. Remus had to restrain himself from laughing too hard. Don't go wetting yourself before it even starts. Harry was laughing too hard to respond. The longer he thought about it, the more sure he had been right, or at least he really hoped so, and this was one good thing to be looking forward to. Thank you for that lovely reminder. Lily forced a laugh this time, her bad mood still lingering enough Harry had to go back at all, that this would be the first time he'd be face to face with them since Harry had left that place. She still couldn't help but ask, why couldn't you just stay at the Leaky Cauldron again until Ron's parents would let you come around? I asked Dumbledore, Harry groaned, and he said Tom wouldn't allow it, as I'm still underage and would need consent again. Apparently the minister gave it the first time, but wouldn't again. They had to suck in air very carefully to prevent themselves from screaming about that all over again, wishing Dumbledore and the minister would stop making decisions for Harry already. Couldn't he at least go stay with Remus? It would be tricky, but surely they could have worked out something other than this. Can't even blame you. Remus couldn't help a light snicker, at least happy he had another line or two before he had to think on the end of the train again. Oh yeah, James asked, trying to perk himself back up. Well, that was an odd way to start, but Harry had said it was something happy, so none of them could even get worked up about it. Instead, Remus kept going with heavy interest. Oh, Lily couldn't help but coo with a smile, wondering who on earth that could be from, but knowing Mail always made her son happier. Geez, that thing is tiny if it'll fit in your palm. Remus raised a brow in surprise. Oh, they all couldn't help but say a little indulgently, no one able to pick a bad feeling towards the ginger cat after what he'd done for Sirius this year. Sirius couldn't help but laugh, wondering why the little owl hadn't swooped back out when it was done with its task, but finding Ron's actions nice enough. What? They yelped in shock. Sirius, why would you be sending me mail? Harry frowned in concern. Wouldn't someone be able to trace that back to you? Oh no, Sirius brushed that off. That hadn't been why he was surprised. It's plenty easy to make yourself untraceable. Paranoid old gits do it all the time when they think the ministry's out to get them, which they're probably right about, he finished absently. I can send mail and not have the owl unable to trace it back to me with a spell or two. No, I'm just surprised I'd send it so early. I'd have thought you'd wait at least a month. Put some believability into the idea that you aren't in contact with Harry, rather than on the train when anyone could have seen that. Remus explained their confusion. Oh, Harry shrugged. That hadn't been what was bothering him at all. He always rode with just Ron and Hermione. Sirius muttered something under his breath that made James and Remus give an almost cruel laugh, and though Harry and Lily may not have been opposed to whatever he'd just suggested, neither really wanted to ask for details either. There's that marauder brain I've missed hearing about, Remus said fondly. He just knew Sirius had to have some sense still about him. Where would you have gotten him anyways? Harry couldn't help but ask, when he realized Sirius wouldn't have explained that. Probably found him in the wild, Sirius shrugged. It's a lot more rare to find intelligent owls that aren't wizard bred up for the job, but it's not impossible either. Sirius, Lily began with worry, but hoping he had a good idea of why Sirius would do this, James waved her down so Remus could keep going. Oh, Lily still pouted, but then acknowledged. Yes, well, I guess that's all right. Just please at least tell me you let them spot you from a long ways off. Even muggles could be dangerous if they catch sight of you. Worrywart, Sirius returned fondly, loving he could still pick on her at all for this, and receiving the glare she gave him with pride. What a shocker! James rolled his eyes with a laugh. Never saw that coming, Remus snickered. And still with the I told you so's from her. Lily couldn't help but chuckle, still finding the girl's faults more human than alienating. Hasn't she learned anything this year? Don't take so many classes, Sirius shrugged. Yes, owls tend to do that a lot, James smirked, his own owl clique having a knack for doing that whenever he delivered a letter. See, it wasn't difficult at all, Sirius laughed happily, joyfully imagining the confusion on those shopkeepers' face at the cat delivering such odd instructions, but happy it had worked out for the best for his pup. It most certainly is, Harry agreed cheerfully, wishing he had it now, to share with his whole family and take another spin on it, wondering why that would cause another bump in his throat. Wish you'd gotten around to asking him why he left. Remus couldn't help but think, still wanting more than anything for Sirius to go teach them a lesson about how they'd treated their Harry. But he didn't want to ruin the good mood again so soon, so he hurried past that. Perhaps a bit, Harry smiled lightly, now wishing he'd caught many more glimpses of that Grim, as it was the most important dog in the world to him, and not exactly liking that aching that wouldn't seem to go away, reminding him of how long he should be expecting the wait for the next glimpse. That gave them all a perk of interest. What on earth could Sirius have wrangled together for Harry on the run? So, was that spell like specialized or something? Harry asked, scratching his head as he tried to work out this complex bit of magic he'd never heard of. Well, yes, Sirius shrugged, trying to think of the most basic way to explain it. I could change the spell just slightly so that only your designated letters would find me. You know, I have been wondering, though, if that spell wasn't placed on Harry long ago. Lily couldn't help but point out now that she thought about this. Why's that? James scoffed. Well, Harry is the famous boy who lived, Lily shrugged, always hating the reminder, but willing to say it to work this out loud. That's got to come with, say, some kids wanting to write to him. He is almost like a celebrity. I can't believe not one kid would have addressed an owl to him in their youth, but Harry never received a scrap of mail. If Dumbledore could wrangle together to get your key like he did first year, maybe he placed that no messages spell on you as well, and lifted it for Dumbledore himself through the Hogwarts letters, Ron, Hermione, Hagrid, and now Sirius. Of course that wouldn't count for the improper use of magic office. You can't get out of the trace. I guess, Remus frowned. It did make some sense, even if it did bother them all the more, since any mention of Dumbledore now came with the added irritation of whatever he did to their lives, and really wishing he'd stop interfering already. If he hadn't done this, then Harry would have known his whole life he was a wizard, and those Dursleys could have possibly backed off all the sooner. It hadn't happened, though, and this was still more speculation than outright answers, so since Harry had no idea of the possibilities himself, he just waved Remus on. Yes, James yelped with joy, catching Sirius by surprise by hugging him and still laughing. Sirius wasn't so unobservant he hadn't noticed James acting a little shifty, but he hadn't understood why, which is why he was all the more happy he seemed to have done something good in that moment. How would you have even known he couldn't? Lily couldn't help but ask between laughing. That hadn't come up in your 5-minute conversation. I am positive I've been sending letters with Remus as well, Sirius shrugged. Maybe he mentioned it. I am a little disappointed. Remus couldn't actually say that with a straight face. He was smiling as well, but still kept going. Now Harry won't have any reason to use that secret passage anymore. I'm sure Harry will still find plenty of reason to get into trouble, Lily giggled. Sirius couldn't help a violent snort of laughter. Well, he wasn't wrong, but at least this was his way of making up for attacking Ron that night, offering up an owl in return. What an odd way to phrase that, though. Well, that backs up that you must have found him in the wild or something, Lily giggled. I can't see you going through an owl's shop and buying him or stealing him from someone either. Hopefully Marley and Arthur won't say anything, Remus chuckled. James couldn't help but do a double take, Ran's parents never really having occurred to him before, but suddenly wondering just how much Ran would tell them about this year. If Ran could convince his parents of Sirius' innocence, then that would be yet more people on his brother's side to help him. If he even got Percy to believe it, that would be all the better with his career path. It would do some good for someone in government to know the truth. Ran would have to be careful, though. He couldn't go spouting too much before his family really believed the truth, or all three kids could do more harm than good. Harry broke out laughing, thinking that all of their problems could have been solved a lot sooner if Ron had done that in the first place to Scabbers, cracking up even more at the idea of Ron being suspicious of an owl, and not even being able to blame him. There's a sentence you don't get to hear much. Lily gave a half-hearted laugh, wanting to find as much amusement as Harry, but the reminder only causing her more hatred again, as well as the boys. So glad someone got their wish this year, James muttered with sincerity. Sirius still beamed with pleasure, happy that he could still do some good for Harry from afar. His pup would never again have to wonder if he had someone to turn to, someone out there to look after him. Which didn't make his murder suspicions any better upon hearing of those useless excuses of caregivers all over again. He wished he could have arrived on that platform for Harry instead, wanted to be able to walk right up to them and deck them a good one, and take Harry far away. Lily still found it a bleeding miracle they showed up at all to pick up Harry, wondering at what their motives for that could be, knowing that either Harry didn't know or wouldn't tell her anyways. Well, how dare Harry ever receive a hug? Lily scathed, more venom than she'd expected making an appearance the more often she heard about Mrs. Weasley doing this. But her terrible theory confirmed, and wondering if Mrs. Weasley was the only bleeding person to ever give Harry a hug. She wrapped an arm tight around him now to at least comfort herself. James gave a lackluster sigh, never having believed the idea of a Quidditch World Cup could be dampened, but hearing about those stupid Dursleys actually did the trick. I will tear every last one of your limbs off if you ever say that again, Sirius vowed, his eyes narrowing into cold slits while something else gave him a happy spark. So he couldn't be there for Harry in person, but if Harry set this up right, he could be in another more important way. Remus was so eager to hear if he was reading this right, he couldn't even bring himself to make a crack about that. What a lovely way to start, James beamed, bouncing in place and making baby Harry trill with laughter. Yes, 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 Lily cheered, doing a little happy dance. If that didn't scare those Dursleys into treating Harry right, then nothing would. That wasn't the happy ending they'd all wanted. So many things had been left unresolved, and they were just so tired of at the end of everything, Harry was still forced back into their presence. But for now, they'd take whatever happiness they could find, knowing by now it wasn't meant to last. The end, that's the end of this one. Remus finally breathed in relief as he gave it a careless toss away from him. Finally, Sirius moaned, slumping back and running his hand across his face. Remind me to skip the next one. No way, Harry yelped in protest, now trying for a frown, but just unable to keep the expression as he teased. Then I'd miss out on all the serious jokes. You say that like it's a bad thing, Lily scoffed, trying to lounge a bit more comfortably as she noticed the time. It was still too early for the next meal, but she had something even more important she wanted to discuss. She didn't really want to bring it up, but she turned to Remus with regret-filled eyes and began carefully, Remus, dear, we need to have a talk. I know, he agreed at once, some color coming into his pasty skin, though it was red-tinted with shame and some fear. His eyes flickered to the baby in James' lap and away again, his hands starting to tremble as the idea just kept replaying in his head of what he'd almost done to that baby, what he could do tonight. For a wild moment, he wanted to suggest that he should try to leave. Most likely the same thing would happen to him. He'd be knocked out for trying to vacate, and the true monster should be as well. But what if that didn't happen? He'd never yet seen magic that would affect his transformation, so what if he did go on a rampage and possibly hurt someone? He couldn't ask Harry to come. It would be far too dangerous either way. Either Harry would be out there alone with him unconscious, or he'd have to single-handedly deal with a full-grown werewolf. You guys are overreacting, Sirius scoffed, placing his elbow carelessly on Remus' shoulder and trying for an offhand tone. The three of us will barricade ourselves in one of the guest rooms, we'll repair whatever damage we'll make, and be done with it. Mooney won't get past us, he finished, gesturing at himself and James for emphasis. Then I'll come back down here, crash on the couch for a day, and we'll all be good to go. Just one problem, Harry frowned. You should sleep in an actual bed. Sirius made to shrug that off, but Harry cut him off. No way, Harry insisted, a set look in place and crossing his arms. He looked so much like James in that moment Sirius actually had to do a double take. I've heard how bad this was going to get, and you should get a real bed. I'm sleeping down here tonight. I don't get special treatment. Looks like you lost pads, James snickered as he stretched to stand up. Remus rolled his eyes to cover a scowl as he muttered something about going to the bathroom and exited the room. Insane girly squealing taking place probably in the background even as you're reading this. I cannot believe I've actually completed 3 books in a row. There was a lot of hype and build up for this book, and I hope I did it justice. Please let me know what you liked or didn't like. Got any plot holes or questions in general you want to see me dissect? Got 2 more chapters to post before I create 4, just because I really couldn't cram everything into the bottom of this one this time. Promise it will come up very soon. Ain't no way I'm stopping now. Thoughts on Prisoner of Azkaban. The beginning, setup, and basically anything I've ever said previously regarding this series still holds true 98% through the largest of portions through this book. It never felt like it was dragging to me. Once again, I was completely thrown off by the bang of a plot twist at the end. The setup of some small backstory on Harry's dad was done beautifully, but never felt forced. There is a reason this is my second favorite book in the series. My only reserve on this book is the time travel plot at the end, which I've stated my opinion on. But even that's done so well I can't find nearly as much to complain about as I can in other medias this is done. The wonderful world of Harry Potter has successfully done one of my biggest problems of a plot and gotten away with it beautifully because of the way in which it happened. 9/10 for me. You cannot skip this book by any means. It holds too much for what happens in later books. And why would you with characters like these? Question offered by Not 123,456. Thank you for the endless discussions you always offer. Question offered by Mana 999. Kudos to you. I've never seen anyone ask this. Hope you like my explanation. I've got a second story called Moon and Stars where Remus and Sirius do have a proper goodbye. Chapter 23. Acceptance. Chapter text. Hey Harry, can I talk to you for a sec? Harry looked surprised but pleased as he followed Sirius into the kitchen, where Sirius watched him for a moment with a small smile before beginning. Didn't get a chance to say it earlier in the mess of it all, but you don't ever have to apologize for hugging me. Harry blushed deep crimson and looked about ready to apologize for apologizing, when Sirius laughed and threw an easy arm around him, saying, Relax, pup. It's been a long, stressful few days, and I needed it, so thanks. Harry was practically wiggling in pleasure at the affection, but still felt the need to explain himself. It's just, I don't ever really remember hugging anyone like that before. Sirius really hoped that, even though he couldn't be there for Harry with a home life he deserved right away, something would give and they'd both get what they wanted, and surely Harry would remember plenty of hugs from Sirius then. With so much practice of late, Sirius could almost bat away how heartbreaking that was with hardly any notice, focusing on the here and now as he promised. Well, like I said, you can do it as often as you like now. Pretty sure your own parents and Remus wouldn't mind from time to time either. Harry couldn't help but laugh aloud at that. Lily couldn't help but smile to herself as she walked up the stairs, the infectious sound of Harry's laughter bringing a smile to her own face as she moved to open her baby's room, when she heard something odd from the guest room. Switching from one doorknob to the other, she gave a gentle knock and called softly, Remus. She got no reply, and feeling a mounting sense of worry, she cracked the door open and poked her head inside to find him seemingly passed out on the bed. She felt silly. She'd probably just heard him snore or something, when he made it again. He was curled up on his side and facing the wall, so she couldn't even properly see him. But then she reflected that Remus normally slept sprawled out, so this really wasn't normal. She'd never seen him transform before, and couldn't help but feel even more fear creeping into her. But then she reminded herself James and Sirius were being very clear. She'd even heard a first-hand account of it. Remus wouldn't transform until the exact time the moon was at its highest peak, and both boys had insisted that wasn't at least for another few hours' time. Bolstering herself, she quickly walked over to his side and placed her hand on his shoulder, shaking it firmly and calling out his name more loudly this time. "Go away," he grumbled. Despite how exhausted his voice sounded, she detected no hints of sleep from it, so she'd been right, and something else was definitely bothering him. "Not a chance," she replied, sitting down nearly on top of his legs to prove her point. "You know, it's moments like this I understand why you fell for James' back," he groused, tearing the pillow up and throwing it over his head in a further attempt to ignore her even while he spoke. "You act just like him sometimes." "I'll take that as a compliment right now," she responded pleasantly, still watching every inch of him with heightening worry. "You going to tell me what's wrong, or am I going to have to go get him? Then you can tell us both." He muttered something indistinctly, and then he made that noise she'd heard again, and she finally recognized it as him repressing a sob. "Oh, Remus," she sighed, reaching out to place a comforting hand on him, but then he snarled back, "Don't," with so much venom her hand froze in place of its own accord. "Don't," he repeated, his voice only slightly more restrained. "I can't stand any more comfort from the lot of you. I can't ignore them when they come in here later. Merlin knows why they're still going to bother. Just leave Lily." She rested her hand on him then anyways, ignoring his jerk of protest. "They are coming in here for the exact same reason I'm not going away until I have to. We're still your friends, Remus, your family, and if watching Sirius these past few days hasn't proved anything to you, then I don't know what will. We're not giving up on either of you." He still didn't respond, and she decided to go with a new tactic, one she'd kept bottled up for far too long. She could well guess that Remus was either still tearing himself up about what he almost did to Harry, or still dwelling on what Peter had done to him. She decided to focus on the second, as she could at least relate to that. "You feel like you should have done something more, fought harder, and never let him pull away, but at the same time, you keep thinking you're lucky you found out. At least now you can stop pretending. Stop acting like you've never noticed all the signs. You hate yourself all the more for thinking it." Remus finally twitched the pillow off his face and twisted his head around to glance at her. "And yet you feel like something's finally gone and you can breathe and see again." Remus sat up then, giving her a half-suspicious look and trying to hide a smile. "Did you sneak a potion into all of our drinks? You able to read our minds now?" "No," she told him, now tucking her son's blanket in a little tighter around him. "Just experience." It only took a moment before Remus nodded, whispering, "Guess we were all waiting around for the wrong kind of explosion." It's not like they had forgotten Severus, and Lily had once been friends. Kind of hard to forget that. But it hadn't really occurred to Remus she must have felt at least some of what they were feeling now. Angry was the only thing that ever really came to mind if he had ever sat around and thought about it. But it wasn't until now Remus realized that Lily had been through something very similar to this once before. Snape had basically called her out and left her to the sharks when he turned on her that day, and as far as any of them knew, he'd never looked back. Peter wasn't the first friend of Lily's to join the Death Eaters looking for something. He couldn't help himself, though. He fought back with words that spilled out. "Least you finally admitted who he really was. Least you didn't somehow lose your other friend's trust along the way." Lily gave him a wan smile now, gently reminding him, "As far as you lot are concerned, as Sirius has been oh so happy to remind me every chance he got. I've only just admitted yesterday how horrid a person Severus has turned into. I hardly think I can berate anyone for not seeing what's right in front of them. As for what could possibly have changed in less than a year's time, that we wouldn't tell you something like that, Remus." She hated the words the moment she'd said them, watching him flinch like she'd just tossed a scolding dagger at him, but pressed on anyways. "I can't say. Maybe it was Peter himself. Everybody in this world is terrified. Lies and whispers will do terrible things, but that still doesn't excuse what we did. I'm not asking for your forgiveness. I'm just swearing on my life I'll not let it happen now." "You," he began in shock, not really sure how she had come to that conclusion. "Forgive me," he returned, a real smile lighting him now. I clearly do something to make you believe it, think I should be the one groveling. We can worry about blame all day, love, she reminded gently, or we can fix it. I choose the second. She didn't even hesitate to offer him Harry, asking him, would you mind putting him down for me? I've been holding him so long my arms are likely to fall off soon. He gave her a rouge grin, seeing right through that, but took the baby happily and cradled him for a moment as the two left, Remus going into the room while Lily padded back down the stairs. You could hear Sirius and Harry still talking boisterously in the kitchen, which confused her all the more when she saw her husband still slouched inside the living room, watching the entrance to the kitchen with something like longing on his face. She could almost instantly guess what he was feeling, so she walked over to his side and wrapped her arms tight around him as she whispered, "It's natural what you're feeling, dear." "Is that right?" he asked restlessly, his hand coming up to stroke her hair. "You can read my moods now." She couldn't help but giggle at getting asked the same question in such a short amount of time, but said back, "You've never been very subtle about them," she reminded, peeking up and meeting his eyes. James sighed as he looked away from her, whispering, "I know I should be happy, and I am. Harry's finally getting the start to proper family through Sirius. It's just—" He trailed off with a hard swallow, unable to voice it aloud, as it would only feel like another betrayal to his friends. "It should be you," Lily finished for him. James winced like she just slapped him, but his arms tightened around her all the more. He couldn't help it, though. Now that Lily had started it, the words spilled out of him like a bursting dam. Now we're going to hear about the rest of Harry's life, and he's going to make that connection to Sirius he always should have, and it's going to keep growing. What if, well, what if he trailed off pitifully. What if Sirius adopted Harry, which is something they were all praying for to get Harry away from those Dursleys? But then what if Harry forgot about him? That was stupid, of course, as Harry had never even known him before now, so there wasn't anything to forget. He couldn't have picked a better person for Harry to start looking at as a father but his best friend, but it should have been him. Lily seemed to understand perfectly, though, nodding along and saying, "I know, dear. It's the same thing I've been thinking since Harry met Marley. The way she takes care of him, I truly wouldn't be surprised if he grows up thinking of her as his mother. She's the only comparison he's ever had, and she treats him as such whenever he's around. I couldn't be happier he's found that, but it doesn't make it fair that it wasn't us." James buried his face in his wife's hair. The guilt at his brief spike of anger and jealousy at Sirius now, combined with the happy peace he had knowing his son would be taken care of, leaving him so emotionally drained, he was almost happy he'd be spending the night as an animal. It was certainly easier to cope with these things in another body. Lily finally gets to play the mother and comfort she'd been longing for these past few chapters. Kind of sorry it took her so long to get to them. But now most of the bad feelings have been talked out, not erased completely, mind you. Lots more to come in the next book. The last chapter is the big build-up I've been promising in showing off Remus' transformation, which should be up in a very short few days. Hope you enjoyed. Chapter 24, The Full Moon. Chapter text: maybe it was how stressed he'd been over the past few days. Maybe it was the new environment that Moony had never been in. But whatever the reason, when his transformation was complete, he hardly seemed to recognize his companions like usual. It started off like normal, and clearly as painful as ever. Dark grey fur began sprouting all over, as his normally dark green eyes took on an amber glow, all the life of Remus Lupin draining out to be replaced by a senseless animal. His arms elongated, his jaw began tearing out of his face, and even before the fangs sprouted, a ferocious howl began ripping out of his throat. Prongs and Padfoot were long since waiting, but they weren't prepared for his roaming eyes to land on them and lung right for Prong's throat. It was like their first meeting all over again, his desire to bite winning out, and those long, powerful arms tried their best to latch onto the larger body, hot breath snapping towards a jugular. But Prongs tossed his head back and managed to drag himself out of the way just fast enough. He only received a few deep scratches into his ribs, while Padfoot collided with Moony the rest of the way, knocking him off course. The two canines tossed around for a bit, Moony winning out the fight, but the scuffle enough to make him pause and reassess. He released another guttural howl, now eyeing the bed, and instead lunging onto that, ripping off one leg with a flick of ease and snapping it in between his teeth like a carrot, his claws digging into the carpet below like he was trying to burrow himself right out of the room. Padfoot let out a little whimper, edging closer and sniffing gently, and when Mooney's nose twitched back in his direction, dropping the block of wood and a snarl already turning his lips back, Padfoot dropped onto his belly and wagged his tail in a friendly gesture, his back legs still prepared to pounce away at a moment's notice. Mooney's nose was still twitching furiously, his ears falling back as if asking, "Where are we?" But at least they'd moved away from his more violent question of, "Who are you?" Prongs came prodding back forward, letting an antler drop down and edging his side in a rebuff for attacking him, before giving him an even firmer buff and now asking as if to play. Mooney was in no mood, using a back leg to kick him away and nearly taking the other's snout clean off as he began pacing the length of the room, growling horribly at the door now, a clear question, "Why can't I stretch?" The two of them still tried to rope him in and keep his better attention, jumping forward and acting as if still looking for a game. But Mooney was in no mood, swiping and biting at either of them if they got too close. When he didn't hit fur, he began turning on himself and letting his own claws scratch against his own hide in frustration. But neither of the others would let that last long before they came forward and began the game again. It was a small room, so they each received far more injury than they had since their first night they pulled this off. The one and only difference being there wasn't a rat scampering in between all of their feet as a further distraction to all. So the pattern continued long into the night, until the waning began. By this time, Mooney had absolutely destroyed the room. Deep claw marks leaving great chunks in the wall. Prongs could have stuck his head through if not for the magic keeping everything pinned in this room, and the bed was no better. It was just a scrap of material, so Remus came back into himself and landed on a mangled frame. Sirius was at his side in an instant, pulling his wand out and muttering some spells on instinct, coupling in a few he only knew because he'd looked them up. Madame Pomfrey had stopped questioning long ago why Remus' injuries had subsided after his 5th year, but his friends had learned them anyways. James double-checked both of his friends, recognizing how terrible they both looked with Sirius sporting his own amount of injuries and realizing he probably didn't look much better, but not willing to leave the others in suspense a moment longer than he had to. It took quite a few minutes to undo all the charms they'd barricaded themselves inside with, and then he had to repeat the process to get inside his infant's room. But when he did get the door open, he feared he'd have to duck another amount of spells. He startled the two so bad. "Bloody hell, James," Lily moaned, darting to his side in seconds, her hands ghosting over a particular spot on his face, which he'd technically deserved letting his antlers get caught from a swinging claw while the other had gone for his eyes. It had only been a glancing blow at the time. Clearly it had developed into more. "You've never come back looking this bad." Harry was hovering behind his mother, looking pearly white as he gave his father several once-overs and stuttering out, "Ah, are you bleeding?" "I'm going to live, I promise," he got out, pushing Lily's hands away when they went to pull up his robes and look at the wound. "He had a bad night. He's used to getting out more. It's nothing we can't handle or haven't before. We know plenty of spells to heal the worst of it. We'll sleep off the rest." Neither of them looked pleased, but James pressed on loudly. "Did you two get any sleep?" "No, of course not." His wife scoffed like she thought he was going mad. "We might not have been able to hear anything, but that doesn't mean we couldn't stop thinking about it." Lily really couldn't help it, though. She may have known James went, and did this once a month, but never before down the hall from her, where she couldn't do anything to help. Even if she did trust James, and Sirius to handle him as well, she never could take her eyes off her baby, just in case something had gone wrong, just in case she needed to defend him from Jaws with no man's mind behind them. James gave a deep sigh, pulling them both into a tight hug and ignoring how hard that pulled at his side as he promised, "We're all fine. We're going to get Remus fixed up, and then we're all going to get some sleep." Lily looked like that was the last thing on her mind as she got out of his grip, grabbing hold of his hand and pushing him into the chair in the corner, pulling out her wand and beginning to cast her own healing charms. In retrospect, this may not be as big a deal as I made it out to be, just couldn't resist writing this in. Hope it was worth it.